The sandstone colossi of Thutmose III rose from the temple courtyard, like sentinels carved by eternity itself, their faces frozen in a gaze that had watched centuries pass, like the slow crawl of the Nile. Dawn broke behind them in a sliver of molten gold, spilling between the towering pylons and laying a blade of light across the flagstones. And in that blade of light stood Merytre-Hatshepsut, the great royal wife, her white linen robe shimmering faintly as if the sun had chosen her alone to illuminate. Yet her eyes, deep as the well of Abydos, did not mirror the triumph carved into the statues above her. They held the weight of a truth she dared not voice. Crowns do not rest upon heads. They crush them. The palace still whispered with the scent of cedarwood and myrrh from the night's vigil. In the inner chambers, the breath of the great Thutmose III, Egypt's warrior king, conqueror of Megiddo, and lord of an empire stretching from Nubia to the banks of the Euphrates, was shallow, fluttering like a falcon's wing in a dying storm. Merytre had spent the long hours beside his bed, the flicker of oil lamps revealing the ravages of time upon the once unassailable figure. Age had stripped him of the sinew that once drew a bow to full moon, leaving only the frail shell of the man who had commanded armies and shaped the destiny of Egypt. Her son Amenhotep waited in the shadows of the antechamber, restless, proud, and untested in the eyes of the gods. He had inherited the sharp jaw and hawk-like gaze of his father, but also the impatience of youth. The empire he would inherit was vast, its borders lined with tributary kings who had bowed to Thutmose III's iron will. Yet Merytre knew that loyalty in the Levant was as fragile as the desert crust after a rare rain. Crack it, and the sand beneath shifted quickly. It was her burden, as mother and queen, to ensure that crown and scepter passed into his hands unchallenged. But she could feel the other eyes upon her, eyes behind veils, behind temple columns, behind the carved faces of gods. Power in Thebes was never singular. It was a mosaic of priesthoods, generals, scribes, and royal bloodlines, all interlocking and shifting like the patterns in the blue faience tiles beneath her feet. The most dangerous of those patterns was beginning to take shape again. Neferura-Meryt, high priestess of Amun and daughter of a noble Mitanni family once taken as political hostage, had returned to Thebes after years in foreign courts. Her arrival had been cloaked in piety, gifts to the temple, processions of incense. But Merytre saw the truth. Neferura-Meryt was no docile servant of the gods. She was a diplomat in priestess's linen, a woman who understood the way alliances could be forged in whispered prayer as easily as in the clash of bronze. Merytre had met her only once in the cool shade of the temple's hypostyle hall. The young woman had eyes that caught the light like lapis lazuli, unblinking, calculating. There was grace in her movement, but also the measured stillness of someone who listened more than she spoke. In another life, Merytre might have welcomed her as an ally. In this one, she sensed a rival, one who could offer her son counsel that might pull him away from the path she had set. The day of the said festival approached, and with it the unspoken understanding that Thutmose III might not see another season. His reign had been a long summer for Egypt, but summers in the desert always end in dust. The priesthood of Amun prepared to bless the heir apparent in ceremonies older than the stones of Karnak, while the military elite whispered of campaigns yet to be fought. Amenhotep, for all his training in the chariot yard and his skill with the bow, had yet to prove himself before the two great audiences that mattered, the army and the gods. The army wanted blood and victory. The gods wanted order, ma'at, maintained at any cost. Merytre understood both, and she knew that her son could not afford a misstep in either realm. But even as she planned the careful choreography of his ascension, messages from the north spoke of restlessness. Vassal cities in Syria and Canaan, sensing the faltering breath of Egypt's great hawk, began to shift in their allegiance. Small rebellions flared like sparks in dry grass. These sparks would be easy to stamp out now, but if left too long, they could ignite into a fire that even Egypt's armies, might struggle to contain. It was here that Neferura-Meryt moved like a shadow along the edges of the court. She brought with her word of Mitanni emissaries eager to test the resolve of the young heir. Her presence in the temple ensured that every blessing, every oracle from Amun's mouthpiece, could be shaped to her advantage. The people saw her as a bridge between the old enemy and the new reign, a symbol of peace. Merytre saw something else, the possibility of a chain around Amenhotep's neck, forged not of gold, but of obligation. The nights grew longer as Thutmose III's health declined. The palace began to shift into a quiet readiness, the way the Nile shifts before the flood. Servants whispered in the corridors. Scribes worked by lamplight to prepare the decrees that would be read at the coronation. Merytre moved among them with the precision of a chess player, placing loyalists where they would be most needed, ensuring that the treasury, the granaries, and the armories were under her control. She knew that the moment her husband's Ka departed to join the ancestors, the palace would become a battlefield, not of swords, but of seals, signatures, and whispered alliances. She would have to stand at the center of that storm, holding the line long enough for her son to take the throne without the scent of blood in the air. The morning Thutmose III died. The sky over Thebes was a flat, unbroken white, as if the sun itself hesitated to shine. The sound of the death wail rose from the palace, like a great bird taking flight. Its cry carried on the wind through the streets and across the river to the West Bank, where the tomb builders would now prepare their sacred work. Merytre stood at the foot of her husband's bed, the linen shrouds already being drawn over his still form. She allowed herself one moment, just one, to rest her hand on the place where his heartbeat had once thundered like war drums. Then she turned, her face a mask of unyielding composure, and gave the signal. The machinery of succession roared to life. In the great court of Karnak, Amenhotep II would be crowned beneath the gaze of Amun-Re, the gold of the diadem gleaming against the red-black kohl at his eyes. Neferura-Meryt stood among the priestesses, her gaze fixed on him with an unreadable intensity. And in the shadow of the towering obelisks, Merytre-Hatshepsut watched, not the crown, but the horizon beyond the city walls, as if she could already see the dust of armies gathering far away. The reign of her son had begun, but in her bones, she felt the first tremor of the storm to come. The coronation had ended, but the echoes of its hymns still clung to the stones of Karnak. The fragrance of frankincense lingered in the air like the aftertaste of a promise, sweet yet dangerous. Crowds had dispersed into the streets, their voices rolling through Thebes in a wave of jubilation. The young pharaoh had stood before the god Amun, his hands steady, his chin lifted high, the gold of his pectoral flashing with each invocation. To the people, it was a seamless transfer of power, the eternal continuity of the two lands. To Merytre-Hatshepsut, it was a delicate construction balanced on a knife's edge. She knew the true work began now, in the days when the public's gaze shifted from ceremony to governance. The feast tables of nobles and generals were already heavy with wine, roast goose, and honeyed bread, but under the music of lyres and the rhythmic clapping of dancers, quieter conversations took root, conversations about loyalty, opportunity, and the boundaries of ambition. From her seat in the palace's upper loggia, Merytre could see the city spread out below like a woven mat of ochre and gold. Barges slid along the Nile's silver skin, bearing tribute from the south. Ebony, ivory, gold dust sealed in small jars. In the courtyard below, Amenhotep was surrounded by the commanders of his father's armies, their bronze helmets gleaming in the afternoon light. They laughed at some remark, and the young king's smile widened. Not the guarded smile of a ruler, but the unmeasured grin of a man tasting the sweetness of new authority. Neferura-Meryt was there too, standing just beyond the circle of soldiers. She did not intrude, nor did she recede into the background. She existed in that subtle space where presence alone was influence. The hem of her linen dress brushed the sandstone, her wrists adorned with bracelets that caught the light like captured rivers. Her lips moved in measured rhythm, perhaps offering blessings, perhaps something else. The men listened, and though they did not bow, Merytre saw in their eyes a flicker of respect. Or was it curiosity? It was dangerous, not because the priestess had spoken out of turn, but because she had done nothing overt at all. Influence that declared itself could be countered. Influence that breathed in silence was harder to uproot. In the weeks that followed, Amenhotep moved through his first acts as pharaoh with a vigor that impressed the court. He ordered reviews of the chariot corps, inspections of granaries, and offerings to Amen in quantities designed to both please the god and remind the priesthood of their dependence on the crown. Merytre ensured that loyal scribes recorded each act in detail, preserving the image of a capable ruler for posterity and for the judgment of those who might think him weak. But cracks were already appearing along the empire's edges. Messengers from Gaza brought word of delayed tribute. In Byblos, the governor's tone in correspondence had shifted from deference to polite assertiveness. Farther north, whispers carried down the trade routes of Mitanni envoys visiting vassal cities, visits that coincided too neatly with the illness and death of Thutmose III. Amenhotep spoke of swift campaigns, of proving himself in the same fields where his father had broken the will of kings. Merytre counseled patience. A premature war could scatter the careful web of alliances that held Egypt's empire together. But her son's youth and pride were restless things. They did not like to be caged. And then there was Neferura-Meryt. The priestess's role in the temple expanded quietly but significantly. She presided over rituals, once reserved for the elder high priestess, her voice carrying in the sanctuaries during dawn offerings. In the evenings, she was often seen near the training fields, her presence explained away as blessing the warriors, yet always close enough to the young king to be noticed. Rumor traveled faster than the Nile's current. Some said she was the living embodiment of Amun's favor upon the new reign. Others whispered that she had been sent by Mitanni not to bridge peace, but to shape Amenhotep's heart toward foreign interests. Merytre heard every whisper. She stored them like weapons in an armory, waiting for the moment they might be needed. But she did not yet act. Timing was everything. Too soon, and she would appear fearful, undermining her own authority. It was during the festival of Opet that Merytre first saw the depth of the priestess's influence. The city was a riot of color, banners snapping in the warm wind, barges decorated with lotus blooms gliding down the river. The sacred bark of Amun was carried from Karnak to Luxor in a procession that drew thousands to the banks. As tradition dictated, the pharaoh walked beside the bark, a living vessel of divine order. Amenhotep's pace was steady, his gaze forward, but at his left hand, closer than any general, closer than any courtier, walked Neferura-Meryt. The symbolism was impossible to miss. The god's chosen king, flanked not by his mother, the queen dowager, but by a high priestess whose loyalty was, at best, unproven. The crowd roared their approval, tossing garlands, shouting blessings. Merytre smiled and raised her hands to acknowledge them, but inside, a chill had settled in her bones. The court would read this moment as a sign. Every noble, every scribe, every foreign envoy in attendance would note the pairing and draw their own conclusions about who held the young king's ear. That night, in the quiet halls of the palace, Merytre walked the colonnades alone. The moon painted the columns in silver, the hieroglyphs casting long shadows like watchful eyes. She thought of the years she had spent securing her son's succession, alliances forged, rivals outmaneuvered, whispers silenced. And now, just as the crown had settled on his brow, another figure's shadow stretched toward it. She paused before a relief of Amun, blessing the pharaoh, the god's hand extended in eternal benediction. In the carving, the queen stood just behind her king, a silent pillar of stability. Merytre reached up, her fingers brushing the cool stone where the queen's face had been etched. She wondered if the artist had known how fragile such stability could be. In the weeks after Opet, the pace of events quickened. Amenhotep received reports from the northern frontier that a coalition of city-states was considering defiance. He convened his war council, and to Merytre's disquiet, Neferura-Meryt was present, not as a scribe but as an advisor. She spoke sparingly, but when she did, her words were measured, laced with an understanding of the Levant's tangled politics. She reminded the council of Mitanni's potential as either a foe or an ally, urging caution before striking. Merytre watched her son listen, the same way he had once listened to her. It was not yet the look of blind trust, but it was a step toward it. The decision was made to send envoys north, a gesture of diplomacy that Merytre feared would be read as hesitation. She argued privately for a show of force, a limited campaign to remind Egypt's vassals of the steel behind its gold. Amenhotep promised he would consider it, but she recognized the tone, soft, dismissive, the way a man spoke when his mind had already been made. In the deep hours of the night, Thebes lay wrapped in silence, but in the queen's private chambers, oil lamps still burned. Scrolls lay unrolled across a low table, maps of the Levant marked with inked symbols. Merytre traced the lines of the trade routes with her fingertip, each one a vein through which Egypt's lifeblood flowed. She thought of her son at the head of an army, of Neferura-Meryt's shadow beside him, and of the possibility that the empire's next chapter might be written by hands other than hers. The sound of distant temple drums rolled through the night air, a slow, steady heartbeat. Merytre rose and moved to the balcony, looking out over the sleeping city. The moonlight caught the white stone of Karnak's pylons, and for a moment she could almost see the figure of the high priestess walking among them, head bowed, lips moving in prayer or in strategy. The reign of Amenhotep II had barely begun, and already the balance of power was shifting. Merytre knew that storms did not announce themselves with thunder. They began with the subtle change in the wind. And tonight she felt it, the first faint stirrings of a gale that could either carry her son to greatness or sweep them both into the sands of oblivion. The decision came not as a proclamation from the palace balcony, but as a quiet order carried by messengers in the cool hours before dawn. Amenhotep II would ride north, leading the chariot corps and infantry into the restless lands of Syria-Palestine. The news spread through Thebes in murmurs, not cheers, for the city had seen enough campaigns to know the cost of glory. Markets bustled with merchants preparing supplies, smiths hammered at spearheads and chariot wheels, and the banks of the Nile swelled with activity as barges were loaded with grain and dried meat for the march. From the upper terraces of the palace, Merytre-Hatshepsut watched the preparations unfold, like the opening act of a play she had not written. This was to be her son's proving ground, his chance to silence those who doubted his strength. Yet, it was also the moment when the fragile framework of his reign would be tested beyond the palace walls. She had hoped for more time to bind the court to him, time to ensure the vassal states felt the weight of his authority without drawing the sword. But time, as always in Egypt, was subject to the will of the Nile and the gods. The military council had been decisive. Reports from garrison commanders spoke of raids on supply lines, of governors in Canaan meeting in secret. The Levant was a tapestry of loyalties woven with thin thread. A single pull could unravel it entirely. Amenhotep's instinct was to strike hard and fast, to show the steel of his father's legacy. Neferura-Meryt's counsel had been more nuanced. Secure the most rebellious cities with swift displays of force, but temper the campaign with gestures that would keep Mitanni from joining the opposition. Merytre had listened from the shadows of the council chamber, her presence a reminder that the Queen Mother was not yet ready to fade into ceremonial obscurity. When the decision was made to move within the month, she knew her role would shift from guiding her son to holding the empire together in his absence. It was a role she had played before, during Thutmose III's later campaigns, but never under the shadow of a priestess whose influence was growing as steadily as the Nile flood. The day before the army's departure, the Temple of Amun was alive with ritual. Amenhotep stood before the great god's sanctuary, receiving blessings that would cloak his campaign in divine legitimacy. Neferura-Meryt robed in the white of purification, placed garlands at the base of the god's statue, her voice carrying through the incense-thick air as she invoked Amun's protection over the pharaoh. The scene was calculated to be remembered, the warrior king setting forth under the watchful eye of both god and priestess. Merytre's place was in the procession as the queen mother, her gold-crowned head visible to the crowds lining the temple courts. She smiled when the people's eyes met hers, projecting the image of unity. But beneath the jewels and painted eyes, her thoughts were fixed on the web of power she must now tend alone. Without Amenhotep in Thebes, the nobles would maneuver, the priests would whisper, and foreign envoys would probe for weakness. That night the palace was restless. Servants moved silently through the corridors, preparing the pharaoh's gear, the leather grip of his composite bow, the crested helmets for the charioteers, the quivers lined with arrows fletched in goose feather. Merytre passed through the armory and paused before a rack of spears, their bronze tips gleaming in the lamplight. She remembered the day Amenhotep, still a boy, had first drawn a bow under his father's gaze, how the arrow had flown straight and true, embedding itself in the target with a satisfying thud. Now he would aim at men, not straw. She found him in the stables, inspecting the matched team of horses that would pull his chariot. They tossed their heads and stamped their hooves, sensing the anticipation in the air. Merytre said nothing, only rested her hand briefly on his arm as he passed. There was nothing left to tell him that he did not already know, or think he knew. At dawn, the army gathered at the river's edge. The chariots gleamed, their wheels bound with bronze, the horses' manes braided with ribbons of gold. Infantrymen stood in disciplined lines, shields catching the first light of morning. The people of Thebes lined the embankments, waving palm fronds and shouting blessings as the pharaoh mounted his chariot. Neferura-Meryt was there, offering a final blessing before the departure. She placed a small amulet in Amenhotep's hand, her words too quiet for the crowd to hear. He closed his fist around it, nodding once, before stepping into his place at the head of the column. To the people, it was a priestess sending her king into battle under divine protection. To Merytre, it was a seal pressed into the wax of her son's loyalty, one she could not yet read, but whose impression might last far longer than the campaign. As the army moved out, the dust of their passage rose into the morning sky, hanging there like a veil between Merytre and her son. She stood until the last chariot disappeared beyond the palm groves, the cheers of the crowd fading into the low murmur of the city, returning to its routines. Then she turned toward the palace, where her own battle awaited. The weeks that followed were a test of endurance. Reports from the north arrived by courier, each sealed with the royal insignia. Amenhotep's progress was swift. Cities fell into line at his approach, some through surrender, others through the kind of decisive punishment that left no doubt of Egypt's strength. In Thebes, the temples continued their rituals, the markets bustled, and the court pretended that the absence of the king was a mere formality. But Merytre saw the shifts beneath the surface. A noble family with ties to the army began hosting lavish feasts, drawing in guests who once sought her counsel. A minor priest in Karnak was suddenly elevated to a more prominent position, an appointment she suspected bore Neferura-Meryt's influence. And in the council meetings she chaired, the priestess's name was spoken with a frequency that unsettled her. It was during one such meeting that a messenger arrived breathless from the docks. A Mitanni ship had anchored at Thebes, its sails bright with the patterns of the northern kingdom. The envoy it carried claimed to bring gifts for the queen mother, but Merytre knew such gestures were rarely without hidden motives. She ordered the man received in the formal audience hall, where the distance between the throne dais and the visitor's kneeling form would serve as a reminder of Egypt's supremacy. The gifts were fine: lapis from the east, cedar wood from the mountains, and a delicately carved box of ivory containing a letter sealed in foreign wax. The words, when translated by her scribes, were smooth as oil, assurances of friendship admiration for her son's courage, and an offer of continued peace, provided certain matters of tribute and trade were reconsidered. It was diplomacy wrapped in velvet, but the blade beneath was sharp. The Mitanni were watching closely, weighing whether Egypt's new king was the iron hawk his father had been, or a falcon that could be tamed. That night, as she stood on the palace balcony, the torches of the temple flickered in the distance. She could just make out the silhouette of Neferura-Meryt moving among the columns, her steps unhurried, her head bowed in what might have been prayer, or perhaps it was calculation. Merytre tightened her grip on the balcony's stone balustrade. The campaign in the north might be Amenhotep's trial by fire, but here in Thebes, she faced her own war. One fought not with chariots and arrows, but with patience, foresight, and the quiet reweaving of loyalties, before the priestess's shadow grew too long. The sound of the war horns reached Thebes before the army itself. Deep, resonant notes rolled over the city like the first waves of a long-anticipated flood. People poured into the streets, their sandals slapping against the sun-warmed stones, the air thick with the scent of lotus petals crushed underfoot. From the palace balcony, Merytre-Hatshepsut watched the dust cloud rise on the horizon, a golden-brown shroud marking the army's approach. The campaign in Syria-Palestine had been swift and decisive. Cities that resisted had been broken, their leaders brought in chains. Those that submitted had been bound by treaties and tribute. Amenhotep II had done what his father had taught him: strike quickly, leave no room for hesitation, and carry the image of Egypt's invincibility back to its heart. But Merytre knew that victory on foreign soil was only one half of the struggle. The other half was here, in the faces of those who would measure this new king by what he brought home, and by who stood beside him when he entered the gates. The first chariots appeared, wheels flashing bronze in the afternoon sun. Soldiers marched in perfect rhythm, their spears catching the light like a field of reeds swaying in unison. Behind them came the wagons bearing the spoils: jars of oil, sacks of grain, crates of copper ingots, and gilded statues stripped from the sanctuaries of rebellious cities. Bound together with thick ropes, the captured chieftains stumbled forward, their faces set in masks of defiance or resignation. The crowd roared its approval, showering the victors with flowers and shouted blessings. And then the king's chariot rolled into view. Amenhotep stood tall, the red and gold of his battle crown gleaming against the deep kohl that lined his eyes. His bow was slung at his side, the quiver heavy with arrows that had tasted war. But it was not the weapons that drew Merytre's attention. It was the figure standing just behind him on the chariot platform, her white linen dress untouched by dust, her lapis-inlaid pectoral catching the sunlight like fire on water. Neferura-Meryt. The symbolism was unmissable. In the eyes of the people, she was not simply a priestess blessing the king's return. She was part of the victory itself, a living emblem of divine favor. The crowd cheered her name alongside his, the sound carrying up to the palace walls where Merytre stood unmoving. She could see the way Neferura-Meryt's gaze scanned the crowd, not in pride but in assessment, as though she were taking the measure of the city's devotion and finding it sufficient. The procession wound its way to Karnak, where offerings would be made to Amun. Merytre joined the high dignitaries in the temple court, the scent of incense rising thick and sweet. Amenhotep approached the sanctuary, presenting the spoils of war to the god. Neferura-Meryt moved in perfect synchronicity with him, placing garlands and libations as if she were his right hand in ritual as well as in council. Every gesture was deliberate, every step a performance for the watching nobles and priests. When the ceremonies ended and the court dispersed, the palace filled with the sounds of celebration. Musicians plucked at their harps, dancers spun in whirls of linen and gold, and servants hurried with trays of pomegranate wine and roasted duck. Merytre moved among the guests with the poise of a queen mother, her smile a shield, her words measured. But she noted who gravitated toward the priestess, who bent their heads to listen when she spoke. Neferura-Meryt did not dominate the room. She simply anchored it, drawing others into her orbit without visible effort. Later, when the night was deep and the torches burned low, Merytre walked alone through the palace gardens. The moonlight pooled on the limestone paths, casting the papyrus and date palms in pale relief. She paused by the reflecting pool, where the stars trembled on the water's surface. In her mind, she replayed the image of her son on the chariot, the priestess at his back, their victory framed as a shared achievement. It was not jealousy that tightened her chest, but the cold recognition of a shift in the balance she had fought so long to preserve. Influence was like the Nile. Once it found a new course, it carved deeper with each passing season. If she did nothing, Neferura-Merit's place beside the throne would harden into permanence, and Meritre's own role would diminish to ceremonial shadows. From somewhere within the palace, the faint sound of laughter drifted through the warm night air. It was Amenhotep's voice, mingled with that of the priestess. Merytre turned from the pool, her reflection scattering into ripples. The storm she had felt in the early days of his reign was no longer distant. It was here, curling through the halls of power, shaping the very air they breathed. As she stepped back into the torchlit colonnade, she knew the coming months would demand more of her than diplomacy and tradition. This would be a contest of endurance, of strategy played in whispers and glances, in the careful arrangement of loyalties before the next campaign, and before the priestess's influence became a force even the Queen Mother could not contain. And so, as the city slept in the glow of victory, Merytre-Hatshepsut began to plan. Not for the next festival, not for the next harvest, but for the unseen battle that would decide the true shape of Amenhotep II's reign. The victory celebrations in Thebes faded with the passing weeks, leaving behind the sober rhythm of governance. The streets that had echoed with cheers now hummed with the everyday sounds of markets and workshops. Yet beneath the surface calm, the air was thick with messages, couriers, and the subtle movements of men and women whose business was not in the open squares, but in shaded courtyards and behind carved cedar doors. Amenhotep II sat on the Horus throne with the confidence of a man who had proven himself in battle. His council sessions were brisk, his commands decisive. But Merytre-Hatshepsut understood that military triumph, no matter how dazzling, was only a temporary shield. In the north, the ink on new treaties was barely dry, and the cities of Canaan had long memories. In the south, Nubia's gold still flowed, but the border patrols whispered of small uprisings among the desert tribes. Merytre's mornings were spent in the audience hall, hearing petitions from nobles, merchants, and priests. Each voice carried its own agenda, wrapped in the language of loyalty. She learned to listen for what was unsaid, the hesitations, the subtle shifts in posture, when Neferura-Merit's name arose. The priestess had become a fixture in palace affairs. Her counsel sought not only on matters of religion, but increasingly on questions of foreign policy. It began innocuously. A governor from the eastern delta sought guidance on the proper observances for welcoming foreign envoys. A general requested a blessing for the garrison at Gaza before their patrols resumed. In each case, Neferura-Merit was consulted, her answers shaping not only the ceremonies, but the political tone of the engagements. It was influence gained without formal titles, woven into the fabric of the king's daily decisions. Merytre countered where she could. She strengthened ties with the vizier and the commander of the Medjay Guard, ensuring that the levers of internal security remained loyal to her. She arranged private audiences with key nobles, reminding them of her role as guardian of the royal line. And in the temple, she made generous offerings to Amun under her own name, a public display that said she was still a pillar of the divine order. Yet the priestess was no idle adversary. Neferura-Merit's background as a Mitanni hostage had given her a rare education in the subtleties of cross-border diplomacy. She understood how to offer just enough to an ally to keep them close, and how to plant small doubts in the mind of an opponent. In the palace gardens, she was seen speaking with foreign envoys in the soft hours before sunset, their laughter floating on the evening breeze. When word arrived that a coalition of cities near the Orontes River was again testing Egypt's resolve, the council convened to discuss the response. The generals urged immediate retaliation, citing the importance of demonstrating strength. Merytre agreed. A rapid strike would prevent the rebellion from spreading and remind all of Canaan that Egypt's reach was long. But Neferura-Meryt spoke with quiet conviction, urging patience. She argued that a show of restraint, combined with selective displays of force, could secure both loyalty and tribute without the cost of another extended campaign. Amenhotep listened, his eyes moving between his mother and the priestess. The tension between them was unspoken, but the lines of opposition were clear. In the end, he sided with Neferura-Meryt's plan, ordering envoys to be dispatched alongside a small but visible military detachment. The decision was popular with the court. It promised stability without draining the treasury. But Merytre felt the ground shift beneath her feet. In the days that followed, the Queen Mother doubled her efforts. She met privately with the commander of the chariot corps, reminding him of the loyalty he owed not only to the king, but to the house that had placed the diadem upon his brow. She visited the scribal schools, praising the sons of noble families and binding their futures to her favor. And she ensured that every granary and armory remained under the oversight of men who owed their positions to her. Still, she could not ignore the growing presence of the priestess. Neferura-Meryt began to preside over public rituals in Amenhotep's absence, her voice carrying through the great courts of Karnak. The people began to associate her image with the blessings of Amun, a dangerous conflation when such blessings were meant to radiate from the king alone. One evening, as the sun bled its last light over the western hills, Merytre stood on the palace balcony and watched the river darken to ink. In the distance, the temple pylons glowed in torchlight, and she could just make out the movement of white-robed figures in the courtyard. She knew Neferura-Meryt would be among them, offering prayers for the peace of the two lands. It was a peace Merytre intended to keep, but not at the cost of her place in the order of things. Wars could be fought on distant fields, but the battle for the heart of the throne was here, in the silent exchanges, the alliances forged in shadow, and Merytre-Hatshepsut had no intention of losing. The message arrived in the cool hours before sunrise, carried by a dust-streaked courier whose eyes told the urgency before his lips spoke the words. In the far north, near the bend of the Orontes River, an Egyptian garrison had been attacked under cover of night. The small fortress, a linchpin in the chain of supply posts stretching through Canaan, had been set aflame. Survivors reported the banners of a coalition led by a once submissive city, whose ruler had pledged loyalty only months earlier under Amenhotep's seal. By mid-morning, the palace was in motion. The king's advisors filed into the council chamber, their linen kilts still crisp from the early hours, but their faces tight with worry. The generals argued for an immediate punitive strike. The vizier spoke of mobilizing the chariot corps before the enemy could disperse. All eyes eventually turned to Amenhotep, who sat at the head of the long table, the carved lions of the throne's armrests under his hands. Before he could speak, Neferura-Meryt's voice broke the air, soft, but carrying the weight of conviction. She urged restraint, warning that the attack might be a calculated provocation designed to draw Egypt into a costly campaign at the wrong season. She advised sending a show of force, yes, but combined with envoys to the coalition's rivals, offering them favor in exchange for betrayal. It was the same kind of delicate leverage she had seen work in the Mitanni courts, where loyalty was rarely bought with blood alone. Merytre-Hatshepsut listened without changing her expression. Her mind worked in counterpoint to the priestess's words. Restraint might have its place, but here it would be read as hesitation, a dangerous signal when the ink on recent treaties was still fresh. The rebels had struck boldly. They needed to be answered with swiftness and unmistakable strength. Waiting would only allow other cities to test Egypt's reach. When Amenhotep looked to her for counsel, she spoke with measured calm, framing her advice not as contradiction, but as a reminder of legacy. She evoked the campaigns of Thutmose III, the decisive marches that had carried Egypt's banners deep into enemy lands. She painted the Orontes not as a distant border, but as the edge of Egypt's heart, one that could not be allowed to fray. The council adjourned with the king, promising to weigh both paths. That was when Merytre began her move. While the generals awaited orders, she summoned the commander of the Medjay Guard to her private chambers. The Medjay were nominally the king's elite protectors, but their loyalty ran deep to her family. She gave quiet instructions. The garrisons nearest the trouble were to be reinforced immediately, not with the full weight of the army, but with the most seasoned chariot units, sent under the pretext of border inspection. Their orders were clear. If they found rebel banners, they were to strike without waiting for word from Thebes. It was a calculated risk. If the skirmishes succeeded quickly, they would be heralded as the king's decisive will in action. If they failed, the blame would fall on overzealous local commanders. Either way, the Medjay's speed would make any diplomatic overtures from Neferure-Meryt seem like afterthoughts. 2 days later, word came back. The Egyptian chariots had struck hard, scattering the rebel forces and seizing their supply caches. The coalition's leader had fled north, seeking refuge with allies who were suddenly far less eager to host him. The rebellion was not crushed, but it had been blooded, and the message was clear. Egypt's arm was still swift. The palace erupted in praise for Amenhotep's decisiveness, though the king himself seemed slightly puzzled by the timing of the attack, as if events had moved ahead of his own plans. Neferure-Meryt did not voice her displeasure in public, but Merytre saw the faint tightening at the corners of her mouth when the generals saluted the king's quick response. In the evenings that followed, the priestess appeared less often at the training fields and more within the temple precincts. Her duties there redoubled. The shift was subtle, but Merytre recognized it as a recalibration. Neferure-Meryt had been checked, not defeated, and such women did not waste time nursing wounds. They plotted new lines of approach. Merytre took those days to shore up her own position. She held audiences with merchants who controlled the trade routes feeding into Thebes, reminding them that stability meant profit and that she was the guardian of that stability. She visited the wives of key nobles, bringing gifts of scented oils and rare dyes, weaving the threads of personal loyalty as tightly as any political alliance. Still, the north remained unsettled. Even as traders returned with stories of Egyptian chariots on the move, whispers spread of Mitanni envoys arriving in the rebel cities, bearing promises in silver. And through it all, Neferure-Meryt's name began to surface again in conversations among the priesthood, always linked to the idea of peaceful resolution, always spoken with the kind of reverence that suggested divine sanction. One evening, standing in the shadowed colonnade of the palace gardens, Merytre overheard two junior scribes discussing the recent victories. One credited the speed of the army. The other mentioned the wisdom of the priestess in preventing a wider war. The words were harmless on their own, but Merytre felt the same cold prickle she had known on the day of Amenhotep's coronation. Influence was a river. It could split into channels, but if one grew deep enough, it might divert the main current. The Queen Mother returned to her chambers that night with the knowledge that the skirmish at the Orontes had not been the end of a contest, but merely the first exchange. The priestess would respond, and when she did, Merytre would need to be ready, not only with soldiers, but with something more enduring than steel. The summer heat settled over Thebes like a heavy linen shroud, muting the colors of the city and slowing the movements of its people. The Nile had begun its rise, bringing the promise of another fertile season. Yet in the palace, the air was taut with unspoken tension. The rebellion in the north had been checked, but not extinguished, and rumors from Canaan still arrived, like small sparks drifting on the wind. It was in this climate that Neferure-Meryt made her move. The Festival of the Valley approached, a sacred occasion when the living crossed the Nile to honor the dead, carrying offerings to the tombs and temples on the West Bank. It was a festival steeped in tradition, but also one that offered a rare opportunity. The entire city, from nobles to commoners, would be gathered along the riverbanks. Any image displayed here would etch itself into the collective memory of the people. Merytre-Hatshepsut had always played a prominent role in the festival, her presence alongside the pharaoh, reinforcing her position as the matriarch of the royal house. This year, however, subtle changes appeared in the preparations. The processional route had been altered so that the sacred bark of Amun would be accompanied not by the Queen Mother, but by the high priestess of the god. The official explanation was ceremonial propriety, the god's living servant walking beside his vessel. But Meritor recognized the design beneath the piety. On the morning of the festival, Thebes awoke to a river lined with banners. Barges shimmered with paint and gold leaf, their decks piled with lotus flowers and jars of perfumed oil. The air was thick with the scent of incense, the sound of sistrums and drums echoing off the limestone cliffs. Amenhotep stood at the head of the royal barge, the white crown of Upper Egypt gleaming above his brow. And beside him, dressed in linen so fine it seemed spun from light, was Neferura-Meryt. The priestess carried no weapons, no symbols of state, only a simple fan of ostrich feathers, which she lifted periodically to shade the king from the sun. Yet the gesture, repeated before the eyes of thousands, spoke louder than gold. She was the guardian of his comfort, the embodiment of divine favor at his side. As the barge glided toward the west bank, the crowd's cheers rose like a tide. Children tossed flowers into the water, women lifted their hands in blessing, men shouted praises that mingled the names of the pharaoh and the priestess. Merytre, watching from the terrace of the palace, felt the subtle shift in the city's voice. Today, they were not only celebrating the king, they were celebrating a pairing. On the west bank, the royal procession wound its way through the avenues of the necropolis, the great mortuary temples rising like stone mountains against the desert sky. In front of the temple of Hatshepsut, Meritre's own namesake, the sacred bark was set down, and offerings were laid at the altar. Neferura-Meryt led the prayers, her voice carrying over the assembled crowd in a cadence that seemed to draw the very wind to stillness. She spoke of the eternal bond between the living and the dead, of the god's blessing upon the ruler who upheld Ma'at. And each time she invoked the pharaoh's name, her eyes lingered on him, just long enough for the crowd to see. By the end of the day, the message was etched in the public mind. Amenhotep II and Neferura-Meryt, united in devotion, standing together beneath the gaze of the gods. When the festival ended and the barges returned to the east bank, the palace buzzed with talk of the priestess's grace and the king's renewed strength. Even some of Meritre's allies in the court commented on the harmony between the two, as if it were a sign of divine endorsement for the new reign. That night, in the quiet of her private chambers, Merytre reviewed the events with the cold clarity of a strategist. Neferura-Meryt had not simply participated in the festival, she had used it to rewrite the visual narrative of the monarchy. In a single day, she had placed herself alongside the king in the minds of the people, not as a rival to the Queen Mother, but as something far more difficult to counter, a symbol sanctified by religion. Symbols, Merytre knew, were more resilient than flesh. They could survive scandal, exile, even death, carried in the minds of those who had seen them. And so long as the people believed that Neferura-Meryt's presence beside Amenhotep was the will of the gods, her influence would not only endure, it would grow. But the Queen Mother was not without her own tools. She understood the rhythms of Egypt's public life, the way that the people's memory could be guided by spectacle as much as by decree. If the priestess had claimed one festival, then Merytre would claim another. She began to think ahead to the upcoming Feast of Opet, when the god Amun would again leave Karnak for Luxor in a grand procession. If she could stand beside the king, then, visibly, undeniably, it would signal to the city and to the empire that the blood of the royal line still guided the throne. It would not be easy, The priestess had the ear of the temple, and the temple controlled the order of the rites. But Merytre had her own network: the vizier, the treasury, the scribes, who recorded every offering and ceremony. She would need to weave her influence through them all, subtly, without giving Neferure-Meryt cause to mount a direct defense. As she extinguished the oil lamp by her bedside, the Queen Mother allowed herself the smallest flicker of satisfaction. The festival had been the priestess's victory, yes, but it had also revealed her strategy, and knowing an opponent's strategy was the first step toward dismantling it. The Feast of Opet had always been a celebration of movement, of gods traveling through the streets, of the Nile alive with barges, of the capital's heart beating to the rhythm of drums and sistrums. For Merytre-Hatshepsut, it was also a stage. This was the one festival where the living embodiment of the royal bloodline could be seen by the entire city, side by side with the ruler, reaffirming the legitimacy of the throne before both the gods and the people. Weeks before the festival, Merytre began her quiet campaign. She met with the temple scribes who drafted the processional order, reminding them of the generous offerings she had made in past years. She sent rare myrrh from Punt to the high priest's households as gifts for the festival incense, each accompanied by a personal note of blessing. She ensured that the treasury released extra gold for the barge decorations, on the condition that her presence in the procession was properly acknowledged, as part of the rites honoring the royal house. By the time the first day of Opet dawned, her work had borne fruit. The official order placed the Queen Mother directly behind the king on the sacred bark of Amun, her seat facing the crowds. It was not the same place Neferure-Meryt had occupied during the Festival of the Valley, but it was close enough for the symbolism to be unmistakable. Merytre, not the priestess, would stand in the position of honor this time. Thebes was transformed for the occasion. The river shimmered under banners of blue and gold, the colors of Amun's dominion. Musicians lined the quays, their drums sending a deep, steady pulse across the water. The bark of the god emerged from Karnak's great gate, its hull plated in electrum, its prow shaped like a ram's head. Behind it came the royal barge, Amenhotep standing beneath a canopy of gold cloth, Merytre to his right. The crowd erupted into cheers at the sight, chanting blessings for the king and his mother. For a moment, Merytre felt the shift, the warm surge of recognition, the subtle recalibration of public perception. She caught the eyes of the nobles lining the embankment, saw them nod slightly as if acknowledging that the balance had been restored. But the priestess had not been idle. At the midpoint of the procession, when the barges paused at a riverside shrine for offerings, Neferure-Meryt emerged from the temple steps, flanked by the full retinue of the high priesthood. She was robed not in the plain linen of daily service, but in ceremonial vestments rarely seen outside the innermost sanctuaries. Layers of sheer white embroidered with threads of gold, a broad collar inlaid with turquoise and carnelian, and a diadem bearing the uraeus of protection. As the sacred bark was carried past, she raised both arms in the gesture of divine invocation. Her voice rang out across the water, clear and commanding, calling upon Amun to bless the living Horus, Amenhotep, and the eternal mother who gave him to Egypt. It was a masterstroke. She acknowledged Merytre by title, but in doing so, cast herself as the one who publicly conferred the god's favor on both mother and son. The crowd responded in a way that sent a chill through Merytre's spine. They chanted the king's name, then hers, then the priestess's. 3 names, linked together in a rhythm that blurred the lines between royal and religious authority. As the barges moved on toward Luxor, Merytre sat in her place of honor, her smile steady, her posture perfect. But behind the veil of composure, she understood what had just happened. The priestess had not fought her for position on the barge. She had claimed the riverbank itself, turning the festival into a tableau where she was the bridge between the divine and the mortal. By the time the procession reached Luxor and the final rites were performed, the city was alive with stories of the day's spectacle. Some spoke of the Queen Mother's regal bearing, others of the king's vigor, But many lingered on the image of the priestess in her golden vestments, arms outstretched in blessing. That night, the palace was lit with oil lamps as the royal family and dignitaries feasted. Amenhotep was in high spirits, speaking of the strength the festival had brought to Egypt's heart. Neferura-Meryt moved among the guests with quiet grace, accepting their praise with a humility that only deepened her allure. Merytre kept her place, speaking warmly when addressed, but her mind was elsewhere. She had won the seat beside her son for the Feast of Opet, but in doing so, she had revealed her intent. The priestess had answered not with resistance, but with a display so overwhelming in its symbolism that it would be remembered long after the festival's wine had been poured. When the guests had gone and the palace fell into quiet, Merytre stood in the garden colonnade, looking out at the dark ribbon of the Nile. She could still see it in her mind's eye, the moment the priestess had stepped into view, the sunlight catching the gold at her shoulders, the crowd's voice rising in unison. It had not been an act of defiance. It had been something far more dangerous, an act of inclusion. In that moment, Neferura-Meryt had not opposed her. She had embraced her publicly, binding their images together in the eyes of the people. And Merytre knew that once two figures were linked in the public imagination, disentangling them without tearing the fabric of the king's authority would be perilous. The contest between them was no longer about who stood closer to the throne. It was about who would define what the throne itself meant. And as the moon drifted over the darkened city, Merytre-Hatshepsut understood that the battle ahead would demand not just strategy, but the ability to reshape the very story Egypt told about its king. The dry season in Thebes was a time when the air seemed to stand still, the horizon blurring into the heat-shimmered sky. Yet within the palace, there was no stillness, only the low, constant murmur of messengers and scribes, their reed pens scratching on papyrus as they recorded the latest tidings from the empire's edges. The news that arrived this morning was different. It was not a quiet report of tribute delayed or minor skirmishes along a caravan route. This was the kind of message that altered the rhythm of a reign. The governor of Kadesh, a fortified city on the Orontes, and a keystone in Egypt's northern defense, had declared his defection from Egypt's rule, openly aligning with Mitanni. Worse still, the city's gates had been opened to Mitanni envoys and their soldiers. The throne room filled quickly. Generals stood in their polished bronze armor, the vizier with his scrolls tucked under one arm. Temple officials in linen pleaded so sharply it could cut. Amenhotep sat high on the dais, his hands gripping the carved lions of his throne, as if he might strangle the rebellion with his own strength. The generals spoke first, their voices hot with the memory of past campaigns. Kadesh could not be allowed to stand in defiance. It was a dagger pointed at the heart of Egypt's northern holdings. They urged the king to lead the army himself, to raise the city and leave its ruins as a warning. Merytre-Hatshepsut listened, her face composed, but her mind moving quickly. A full-scale campaign would be costly, in gold, in men, in time. The harvest season was near. Pulling too many men from the fields could have rippling consequences in the granaries. Yet allowing Kadesh to remain in enemy hands risked inviting further defections. Then, Neferura-Meryt stepped forward. She did not wear her ceremonial vestments today, only the plain white of a temple servant, her lapis collar the single point of color. Her voice was calm, almost soft, yet it cut through the heated air like a cool current. Kadesh, she reminded them, had not always been loyal by force. It had been loyal by advantage. Positioned between powers, it had thrived by aligning itself with whichever great kingdom offered the most security and the least interference. Mitanni's presence there was new, and perhaps still tentative. A direct siege might drive the city deeper into their enemy's embrace, but a carefully crafted treaty, offered swiftly, might pry them loose without a single arrow loosed. She proposed an embassy, led by herself, to Kadesh. As a woman of Mitanni blood, she could speak to them in their own tongue, invoke shared customs, and present the king's authority as something more than a sword at their gates. The chamber fell into a weighted silence. Amenhotep's eyes narrowed, not in suspicion, but in calculation. The plan appealed to the part of him that remembered the chaos his father had faced when multiple fronts had flared at once. A siege at Kadesh could embolden other cities to revolt or delay tribute. A treaty might be swifter, cheaper, cleaner. Merytre felt the shift in the air. The priestess was offering herself not just as a diplomat, but as the indispensable solution to the problem, a bridge no general could cross. If the mission succeeded, her influence would rise beyond the temple, beyond the court, to the farthest reaches of Egypt's empire. She spoke then, her tone measured, almost maternal. She praised the priestess's insight, but warned that diplomacy without visible strength was an invitation for contempt. If Neferure-Merytre were to go to Kadesh, then she must be accompanied by a military escort of unmistakable power, a message that Egypt's hand could extend in peace or in destruction. It was a compromise, one the king accepted. Neferure-Merytre would lead the embassy, but a column of chariots and infantry would march with her, their banners visible from the city walls. The preparations were swift. Within days, the embassy departed, the priestess's barge gliding north along the Nile before turning east toward the Levant. The army followed on land, dust rising from their march like a second horizon. In Thebes, Merytre took the opportunity to consolidate her hold. With the king's attention fixed on the northern mission, she oversaw the council meetings, signed decrees, and ensured that the flow of tribute from Nubia and the Delta remained steady. Yet her thoughts often strayed to Kadesh, imagining the scene. Neferure-Merytre standing before the city gates, her voice carrying across the battlements, her presence a fusion of foreign kinship and Egyptian authority. Weeks later, the message arrived. Kadesh had agreed to a treaty. The Mitanni soldiers were to withdraw. The city would resume tribute to Egypt in exchange for increased autonomy in local governance. The king's authority was reaffirmed, but the victory was framed in the courier's words as a triumph of the priestess's diplomacy. That evening, as the palace celebrated, Merytre stood at the edge of the feast hall, the laughter and music flowing around her like the Nile around an island. She sipped her wine slowly, her eyes fixed on Neferure-Merytre at the center of the gathering, the king at her side. The priestess was radiant, not from vanity, but from the satisfaction of a game well played. Merytre knew then that the contest between them had entered a new phase. It was no longer merely about who stood beside the king in ceremony. It was about who could solve the crises of the empire and be remembered as the one who did. The echo of Kadesh's bloodless victory still rang through Thebes. Courtiers repeated the tale with the same rehearsed details. How Neferure-Merytre had stood in the shadow of the city's gates, her voice like tempered steel. How the Mitanni envoys had bent to her reasoning. How Amenhotep's name had been spoken with reverence on foreign lips. Merytre-Hatshepsut listened to each retelling with a patient smile, but beneath the calm facade, she felt the creeping danger of irrelevance. The people now associated decisive resolution with the priestess's diplomacy, not the Queen Mother's guidance. It was not enough to quietly steer policy or manage the granaries. To maintain her place, she needed a public triumph of her own, one that would carry her name from the palace steps to the farthest village. Her opportunity came from an unlikely source, the temple of Amun itself. The temple's high priests had been petitioning for the restoration of a long-abandoned sanctuary at Karnak, a shrine dating back to the reign of Amenhotep II. Once a jewel of the complex, it had fallen into disuse during years of expansion toward more monumental projects. Now, the priests claimed, restoring it would honor the god's eternal guardianship over Egypt's kings. It was the kind of project that blended piety with politics. If Merytre took it under her patronage, she could position herself as the spiritual mother of the two lands, reaffirming the sacred link between the royal bloodline and the god Amun. It would also remind the temple and the people that she could summon resources and labor with the same authority as the king. She moved quickly, securing the treasury's approval for an allocation of gold and copper from Nubia, cedar from Lebanon, and artisans from the royal workshops. She made her involvement visible, inspecting the site herself, speaking with the stonecutters, even offering libations at the first laying of new foundation blocks. Scribes ensured her actions were recorded in vivid detail, to be read aloud in the marketplaces. Within 2 months, the shrine began to rise again, its columns cleaned of centuries of dust, its reliefs restored with pigments so bright they seemed lit from within. The city buzzed with talk of the Queen Mother's devotion, her willingness to honor the gods without waiting for royal decree. But as the project neared completion, a fissure appeared, both literal and political. During the removal of a collapsed wall, workers uncovered a sealed chamber beneath the shrine. Inside lay a collection of votive offerings, gold amulets, lapis figurines, and papyrus scrolls wrapped in linen. Such finds were common, but among them was a carved stele, bearing an inscription that made the chief priest blanch. The stele recorded a prophecy from the time of Amenhotep II, foretelling that a woman of foreign blood shall one day guide the king to victory beyond the northern gates. It was an innocent enough phrase by the standards of old temple poetry, but in the charged atmosphere of Thebes, it was dangerous. Whispers began before the dust from the excavation had even settled. The people remembered that Neferura-Meryt was of Mitanni lineage. They remembered Kadesh. The prophecy was spoken in the beer houses, in the courtyards, in the shadowed corners of the temple itself. Merytre understood the peril immediately. What was meant to be her triumph, a public act of devotion binding her image to Amen, was instead threatening to become a weapon in the priestess's hands. If the prophecy gained momentum, it would not only sanctify Neferura-Meryt's role in Kadesh, it would frame her as a divinely ordained guide for the king's future victories. She acted swiftly. The stele was removed under the pretext of preservation, its inscription too delicate for public viewing. The scrolls were locked in the temple archives, accessible only to select priests loyal to her. But controlling the objects did not erase the words already whispered into the city's ear. In the following days, she saw the change. Merchants would bow to her as before, but their eyes would flick toward the temple precincts where the priestess walked. In the markets, she heard snatches of praise for the foretold one, whose counsel had saved Kadesh. The restoration of the shrine was completed with all the planned ceremony, the high priests offering blessings in Merytre's name. The crowd applauded, but the air carried a different undercurrent. The prophecy had given Neferura-Meryt something no festival appearance could, the aura of inevitability. That night, Merytre sat in her private chambers, the lamp casting long shadows across the polished floor. She had intended to reclaim the narrative, to remind Thebes that the royal line was the foundation of Egypt's stability. Instead, she had opened a door, one the priestess had not needed to force, only to walk through. She was no stranger to the ebb and flow of power. Influence was never absolute. It was a tide. But tides could be turned only if one understood the currents. And now, the current seemed to be flowing toward a future in which Neferura-Meryt was not merely an advisor, but a figure sanctioned by the weight of ancient prophecy. Merytre knew she could not confront this directly without seeming fearful. She would have to bide her time, weave alliances quietly, and wait for the moment when the prophecy could be recast or rendered meaningless. But she also knew this. The next move would not be hers alone. The priestess, armed with divine legitimacy in the public eye, would not remain in the shadows much longer. The prophecy had begun as a whisper, but by the time the heat of summer reached its height, it had taken on the quality of a river current, unseen in the open, yet powerful enough to shift the course of events beneath the surface. Courtiers quoted it in guarded tones. Priests alluded to it during ceremonies. Merchants wove it into their greetings when they met soldiers returning from the north. Merytre-Hatshepsut had done what she could to contain it, removing the stele, silencing the more eager scribes, but it was like trying to hold the Nile's flood in one's hands. And Neferura-Meryt had yet to address it directly, which made the tension all the more dangerous. The priestess's silence allowed others to speak for her, to build her legend in the shadows. That silence ended on the day the king announced a royal thanksgiving for the stability of the northern frontier. It was to be held in Karnak itself, with all of Thebes' elite in attendance. The nobles, the generals, the high priests, everyone whose influence shaped Egypt's fate, would be present. It was, on the surface, a celebration of the king's reign. In reality, it would be a stage. When the day came, Karnak was transformed into a living tapestry of color and light. The pylons were draped in banners of deep blue and gold, the colors of Amun's dominion. The scent of incense hung in the air, heavy and intoxicating. Musicians lined the processional way, their drums and flutes guiding the rhythm of the march as courtiers filed into the vast hypostyle hall. Merytre entered in full regalia, a headdress of gold and lapis, a broad collar inlaid with turquoise and carnelian, her linen gown embroidered with falcon feathers in honor of Horus. She took her place beside the dais, where Amenhotep would preside over the ceremonies. She expected the priestess to appear in her usual modest temple attire, befitting her position, visible, but not rivaling the Queen Mother's majesty. She was wrong. When Neferura-Meryt entered the hall, the air seemed to shift. She was robed in white, so pure, it caught the torchlight like flame, the hem embroidered with the swirling patterns of Mitanni craftsmanship. Around her shoulders hung a mantle of sheer gold-threaded linen, and on her brow rested a slender diadem, not the uraeus of the queen, but a circlet bearing the symbol of Amun's ram-headed aspect. In her hands she carried a lotus staff, the top carved into the shape of a blooming flower, a mark of blessing in both Egyptian and foreign traditions. The murmurs began immediately. The staff was a symbolic bridge, uniting her identity as both a daughter of Mitanni and a servant of Egypt's greatest god. It was not a crown, but it was dangerously close, in the eyes of those who understood such things. The high priest stepped forward to address the assembly, recounting the stability of the north and the renewed tribute from Kadesh. And then, as if by accident, he wove the prophecy into his words. As foretold in the days of our forefathers, a woman of foreign blood has guided the king to victory beyond the northern gates. The words fell into the silence like a stone into still water, rippling outward in every direction. Merytre felt the shift in the crowd's attention, the way eyes turned, not to the king, not to her, but to the priestess standing serene, with her lotus staff. Amenhotep, perhaps sensing the weight of the moment, beckoned Neferura-Meryt forward. She stepped up to the dais, bowed her head to the god's image, and then spoke, not to claim the prophecy, but to confirm it. She told of her journey to Kadesh, of the trust earned through shared customs and measured words, of the god's guidance in choosing peace over destruction. She framed her actions not as personal triumph, but as service to the king and to Maat, the divine balance that bound Egypt together. Yet every phrase reinforced the image planted by the prophecy. She was the one who had made victory possible without the shedding of Egyptian blood. When she finished, the hall erupted in a chant that braided her name with Amenhotep's, just as the crowds had done during the festivals. It was not defiance of the Queen Mother. It was something subtler and far more dangerous. It was the acceptance of a new duality at the heart of the throne. Merytre kept her expression carved from stone. She did not move when Neferura-Meryt stepped back to her place, did not betray the fire that smoldered beneath the surface. Confronting her here, in front of the court, would be suicide, not for herself, but for the king's image. The moment demanded restraint, even as it demanded action. She understood then that the priestess's play was not to seize the throne, but to redefine it. In Neferura-Meryt's vision, the monarchy was not a singular figurehead, but a union of king and divine intermediary, a role she had crafted for herself with a precision that was almost art. And in that instant, Merytre knew she faced a choice. She could seek to erase the priestess entirely, risking a fracture in the image of royal unity that might embolden Egypt's enemies. Or she could find a way to subsume Neferura-Merit's role into her own narrative, making the prophecy serve the Queen Mother as much as it served the priestess. The decision would shape not just her own fate, but the fate of Amenhotep's reign. And as the drums thundered in Karnak's vast halls, Merytre-Hatshepsut began to weigh which path would leave her standing when the echoes faded. The chants in Karnak still echoed in Merytre-Hatshepsut's mind long after the Thanksgiving ceremony ended. She had stood immovable that day, as solid as the temple pylons. But inside, she had already begun to shape her response. She would not strike at Neferura-Merit directly, not when the priestess now carried the aura of prophecy and the blessing of the high priesthood. Direct opposition would fracture the image of unity, and unity was the most valuable currency of an empire holding together lands from Nubia to the Orontes. Instead, she would absorb the prophecy into her own sphere, turning it into a narrative where the Queen Mother, as the eternal matriarch of the two lands, was the one who had recognized, guided, and sanctioned the foreign-born priestess as a chosen instrument of Amun. If the people saw the prophecy as part of her will, then Neferura-Merit's light would be refracted through Meritre's own. Her first step was subtle. In temple offerings, she began commissioning reliefs that depicted both herself and the priestess kneeling before Amun, with Amenhotep between them. In these scenes, the Queen Mother's hand rested on the king's shoulder, while Neferura-Merit offered a lotus to the god. To the casual eye, it was a harmonious tableau. To those who understood symbolism, it positioned Merytre as the anchor, the legitimizing presence that bound king and priestess into a single divine order. She also began hosting private gatherings for influential nobles and military commanders, inviting Neferura-Merit to join her. In public, they spoke warmly of each other's devotion to Egypt. In private, the Queen Mother listened more than she spoke, noting which guests sought the priestess's counsel and which deferred to her own. Every such gathering was both a show of unity and a mapping of loyalties. Amenhotep seemed pleased by the appearance of harmony between the two most powerful women in his court. He commented on it during a feast, declaring before the assembled dignitaries that the two lands are doubly blessed by the blood that gave me life and the counsel that guides my reign. The applause was warm. But Merytre heard in those words a subtle truth. Her son was beginning to see the throne as a shared space between them. For weeks, the strategy worked. The public saw a monarchy united in divine purpose. The court saw a partnership that seemed unbreakable. Merytre had begun to reclaim her footing, and even Neferura-Merit appeared to accept the arrangement. Then, the messengers came from the north. They arrived at dusk, their chariots coated in the dust of a forced march, their faces drawn tight. In the great audience hall, before the king and both women, they delivered their news. The ruler of Tunip, a city deep in Syrian territory, had risen against Egypt's garrison. But this was no ordinary revolt. It was being openly supported by a new faction within Mitanni, one that rejected the previous king's agreements and sought to push Egyptian influence entirely out of the Levant. And worse, among the captured Egyptian scouts were reports of something unexpected. Mitanni envoys, speaking in the streets of Tunip, not only of independence, but of prophecy. They claimed that the woman of foreign blood had been sent by the gods not to guide Egypt's king, but to deliver the lands of the north from Egyptian control. The hall fell into a heavy silence. The words cut through the air like a blade, twisting the prophecy that had elevated Neferura-Merit into a weapon aimed at Egypt's own authority. Merytre's eyes flicked toward the priestess. For the first time in months, she saw uncertainty in that perfectly composed face. This was not a challenge either of them had anticipated. The prophecy, once a tool for influence within Thebes, had been co-opted by enemies who saw in it the seeds of rebellion. Amenhotep's expression hardened. He demanded immediate plans for quelling Tunip and silencing the misuse of the prophecy. The generals spoke of marching north, The priests murmured of counter-rituals, but in that moment, Merytre understood something deeper. For the first time, she and Neferura-Meryt had a shared interest, not in undermining each other, but in crushing a threat that endangered them both. If Tunip's rebellion succeeded under the banner of a twisted prophecy, the legitimacy of the throne, the unity of the court, and the stability of the empire would all be at stake. And so, in the flickering torchlight of the audience hall, the Queen Mother and the priestess exchanged a single, silent glance. It was not alliance, nor was it forgiveness. It was the unspoken recognition of necessity. Whatever came next, they would have to face it together, at least until the prophecy was theirs again. The torches of the audience hall had burned low, their light flickering against the carved faces of the gods. Amenhotep II had dismissed the generals and priests, but two figures remained at the base of the throne, Merytre-Hatshepsut and Neferura-Meryt. The great doors closed behind the last courtier, sealing them into the heavy silence that followed the announcement from Tunip. For a moment, neither spoke. The air between them felt different now, less like the crackling tension of rivalry and more like the quiet before an unexpected storm. The prophecy that had been their private battlefield was now in the hands of enemies, its meaning twisted into a weapon that threatened them both. It was Merytre who broke the silence. Her voice was low, deliberate. If Tunip's streets are echoing with that lie, then every day we delay gives it deeper roots. Neferura-Meryt met her gaze without flinching. And if we march without countering the words themselves, we will win the city and lose the minds of those who hear them. The truth of it hung in the air. This was no longer a matter of ceremonies and court influence. It was a matter of survival, political, spiritual, and personal. Amenhotep's orders were swift. The army would prepare to march north, but the campaign would carry both military and ceremonial weight. The Queen Mother and the priestess would travel with the royal column, not as mere observers, but as dual envoys of Egypt's divine authority. To the generals, it was an unusual arrangement. To Merytre, it was an opportunity and a risk in equal measure. Preparations began before dawn. The palace courtyards filled with the clatter of bronze, the stamping of horses, the shouts of quartermasters tallying supplies. Chariot wheels were inspected, bows strung and tested, spears lined in neat ranks. Merytre moved among the officers, speaking to those whose loyalty she had cultivated over years. Neferura-Meryt walked the temple precincts, blessing the soldiers in Amun's name, her voice carrying above the murmur of the crowd. By the time the column left Thebes, the sun was a molten disk rising over the eastern cliffs. The royal chariots led the way, their polished wood gleaming, the horses' manes braided with gold thread. Behind them came the infantry, the archers, the Medjay scouts. In the midst of it all, two women rode in separate chariots, one crowned with the authority of blood, the other robed in the sanctity of divine service. The journey north was long, the Nile their companion for many days, before the route turned inland toward the dusty tracks of Canaan. Villages lined the roads to watch them pass, the people bowing as much to the sight of the Pharaoh's mother and the high priestess together as to the king himself. It was an image carefully crafted by Amenhotep, unity at the heart of the empire, visible to every eye. But unity was a performance, and beneath it, the quiet contest continued. In the evenings, when the campfires dotted the horizon, Merytre would speak privately with the generals about the need for swift and decisive action once Tunip was reached. In her tent, Neferura-Meryt met with the temple scribes who traveled with the army, ensuring that proclamations and rituals were prepared to counter the rebels' version of the prophecy. The closer they drew to Tunip, the more dangerous the road became. Scouts reported skirmishes between loyalist patrols and rebel outriders. Smoke from burned supply depots rose against the horizon like dark spears. Yet the city itself remained closed and silent, its gates barred, its walls lined with watchful figures. The army made camp within sight of the city's walls, the banners of Egypt unfurled in the hot wind. The next morning, The strategy began, not with a siege, but with a spectacle. At dawn, Merytre and Neferura-Meryt stood together before the assembled soldiers and the city beyond. The Queen Mother wore a headdress of gold, shaped like the vulture goddess Nekhbet, guardian of Upper Egypt. The priestess was robed in the white of purity, her lapis collar catching the first light. Between them, Amenhotep held the crook and flail, symbols of his dominion. From the open ground before the walls, the high priest of the army read a proclamation in the name of the king. It declared Tunip's defiance an affront to Maat, the divine order, and called upon the city to open its gates. But the proclamation did more than threaten. It recited the true version of the prophecy, framing the woman of foreign blood as a loyal servant of Egypt's king, one who had brought victory for the two lands, not against them. Neferura-Meryt then stepped forward, her voice carrying clear across the field. She spoke not as a foreign-born priestess, but as a daughter of Egypt by oath and service, declaring that any use of the prophecy against the throne was blasphemy before the gods. At her side, Merytre raised her arms in a gesture of sanction, as if binding the words with the authority of the royal bloodline. The performance was deliberate. Two women who had been cast as rivals, standing in perfect accord, both lending their authority to the same truth. It was a calculated blow against the rebels' narrative, one that forced the people of Tunip to reconcile the sight before them with the lies they had been told. But Tunip did not open its gates that day, nor the next. Instead, as the army prepared for the possibility of siege, a rider approached under a flag of truce. He was not a city envoy, but a man in Mitanni colors, a messenger from the northern faction that had stoked Tunip's rebellion. His words were simple. The faction's leaders wished to speak, not with the king, but with the woman of the prophecy. In the moment that followed, Merytre and Neferura-Meryt exchanged a glance that carried the weight of all their history, rivalry, calculation, and the uneasy alliance they now inhabited. This invitation could be a trap, a ploy to divide them, or it could be the key to ending the rebellion without bloodshed. Amenhotep looked to them both. "If either of you goes," he said, "you go together." And so, for the first time, the Queen Mother and the priestess prepared to enter enemy ground side by side, not as competitors in a courtly game, but as two pillars of the same throne, walking into a meeting where words might be more dangerous than swords. The gates of Tunip did not open with the grand creak of surrender. They opened just wide enough for two women to pass through, the sound of the heavy wooden beams sliding back muffled by the stillness of the morning air. Merytre-Hatshepsut stepped forward first, her vulture-crowned headdress catching the pale light, each measured step deliberate. Neferura-Meryt followed, robes whispering against the dust, the carved lotus staff steady in her grip. No soldiers accompanied them inside, only two unarmed escorts in Mitanni colors, their eyes unreadable. The path from the gates to the inner courtyard wound between shuttered homes and narrow alleys, the city's inhabitants keeping to the shadows. From the rooftops came the faint rustle of movement, the kind that spoke of watchful eyes rather than curious onlookers. The courtyard where they were brought was open to the sky, its walls painted with faded scenes of harvests and hunts. At the far end sat three men, their cloaks marked with the symbols of the northern Mitanni faction. Between them on a low table burned a small brazier, its smoke curling upward in thin, twisting lines. One of the men rose. His hair was bound in the Mitanni style, but his bracelets bore the motifs of Tunip's ruling house, a declaration of alliance. "We welcome the woman of the prophecy," he said, his voice carrying across the courtyard. He gestured to Neferura-Meryt, "and the one who walks beside her." It was a calculated greeting, one that immediately distinguished the priestess as the central figure and Merytre as an appendage. The Queen Mother did not flinch, but in her mind she filed the insult away. She took her place to Neferura-Meryt's right, close enough that their presence formed a single silhouette against the morning sun. The leader of the trio began to speak of the prophecy as if it were a matter of record, an ancient truth that justified Tunip's break from Egypt. In their telling, the woman of foreign blood was not a servant to the Pharaoh, but a herald of change, destined to guide the northern lands out from under the two lands' shadow. They offered what they called a pact of mutual liberation. Tunip would remain free, and Mitanni influence would secure Neferura-Merit's place as an independent spiritual authority over the region. It was bait, and it was sharp. Merytre spoke before the priestess could answer. Her tone was even, but there was steel under the surface. She reminded them that prophecies were as much about interpretation as about words, and that every ancient seer had spoken of balance, not division. She painted Egypt not as an oppressor, but as the spine that had kept the Levant from breaking under the weight of constant war. Neferura-Merit listened, eyes fixed on the Mitanni envoys. When she spoke, her voice carried the calm of someone accustomed to shaping belief. She acknowledged her foreign birth, even embraced it, but framed it as proof of Egypt's greatness, that a daughter of Mitanni could rise to serve Amun, to protect the pharaoh, and to bring peace without severing ties. She did not reject the prophecy outright. Instead, she claimed its fulfillment had already come in her service at Kadesh. It was a deft maneuver. By defining the prophecy as past, she drained it of revolutionary potential, without denying its mystique. The Mitanni men exchanged glances, their confidence faltering in the face of a narrative they could not openly dismiss, without undermining their own claim to ancient truth. But the leader pressed on. Tunip will not bow to Egypt's armies again. If you wish for peace, it must be without garrisons, without tribute. This was the test. Accepting such terms would set a precedent for other cities to break away. Refusing might mean war. Merytre leaned forward slightly, letting her voice carry just enough to fill the courtyard. If Tunip rejects Egypt's hand, it rejects also the protection that keeps the northern gates from becoming the graves of its sons. Tell me, when Hatti comes south, when your own neighbors eye your walls, will the prophecy defend you then? The silence that followed was not complete. Somewhere beyond the walls, a bell tolled from the city's temple, its chime low and steady. Neferura-Merit used it like a cue. The gods give prophecy, she said softly, but they give armies to those who understand that Mayat, the balance, must be kept. Break that balance, and the gods will turn their faces away. By the time they left the courtyard, no agreement had been signed, but the tone had shifted. The Mitanni envoys had not secured their pact. Instead, they had been left to consider the danger of isolating themselves. The gates of Tunip closed behind the two women with a hollow finality, but Merytre knew the real work would begin back at camp. On the walk to the Egyptian lines, Neferura-Merit kept her eyes ahead. You argued well, she said, not as praise, but as acknowledgement. So did you, Merytre replied. But they will not yield with words alone. The priestess's grip tightened on her lotus staff. Then we give them reason to. Ahead, the banners of Egypt rippled in the hot wind, and for a rare moment, Merytre felt the ground beneath her feet was not a battlefield between them, but a shared road toward a common victory, one that might, for now, require them to stand shoulder to shoulder. The camp outside Tunip had the controlled restlessness of a coiled bowstring. By day, the chariot corps drilled in the open fields, their wheels cutting arcs in the dust as archers loosed volleys toward the sky. Infantry lines advanced and withdrew with mechanical precision, each maneuver visible from the city walls. It was a display meant as much for the eyes of Tunip's defenders as for the morale of Egypt's troops. At night, the flicker of hundreds of campfires lit the plain like a second constellation. Smoke rose in thin, straight lines into the cool air, carrying the scent of roasted barley and oil. From her tent near the command pavilion, Merytre could see the glow of the city's watchtowers. Somewhere beyond those walls, the Mitanni faction still whispered their warped prophecy into eager ears. The plan was a dual strike, military and symbolic. Amenhotep would hold the army ready for a siege, maintaining constant pressure with the sight and sound of Egypt's strength. Meanwhile, Neferura-Meryt would conduct a series of high-visibility rituals at dawn and dusk, invoking Amun's blessing over the king and cursing those who defied him. The ceremonies would be staged within sight of the city walls, so that every defender would see the priestess standing not as a herald of rebellion, but as the pharaoh's chosen servant. Merytr's role was less visible, but no less deliberate. She worked with the vizier and the medjay to identify sympathetic families inside Tunip, merchants who depended on Egyptian trade, elders who remembered the peace of Egyptian protection. Discreet messages were sent through hidden channels, promising safety and favor to those who would turn the city's sentiment against the rebels. The first few days passed in a measured rhythm. Dawn rituals, mid-morning drills, afternoon diplomatic envoys rejected at the gate, dusk rituals, and the deep silence of night broken only by the call of sentries. Slowly, the mood inside Tunip began to shift. Scouts reported that the markets were quieter, the temple priests more guarded in their public speeches. But the turning point came unexpectedly, and under the cover of darkness. It was deep into the third night when a runner arrived at Merytr's tent, breathless and pale. "My queen," he said, bowing low, "there is movement in the lower quarter of the city. Smoke, torches, fighting among themselves." Moments later, a second messenger reached Neferura-Meryt with similar news. A faction inside Tunip had risen against the Mitanni envoys, perhaps emboldened by Egypt's show of unity or by the secret promises Merytr's agents had carried. But the uprising was chaotic, and without swift intervention, it might be crushed before dawn. Merytre and Neferura-Meryt arrived at the king's tent together, their urgency erasing the formal distance between them. Amenhotep listened to their reports, then turned to them both. "If this is the moment, we must act. But the army's movement at night will be seen as an open assault. The choice is yours. Convince them to open the gates, or be ready for the cost of forcing them." The two women exchanged a glance. It was not a meeting of minds, but an instinctive understanding. This was the break they had been waiting for. They rode together to the edge of the Egyptian line, where the plain sloped gently toward the city. In the distance, the lower quarter flickered with firelight, and the shouts of battle carried faintly on the wind. The city gates remained shut, but the noise beyond them suggested panic within. Neferura-Meryt moved first. She stepped into the torchlight, raising her lotus staff high so that it caught the eyes of the defenders on the walls. Her voice rose in a rhythmic chant, invoking Amun's name, calling for the gates to open to the will of the gods. It was not a plea. It was a command wrapped in sanctity, the kind of words that could make a wavering soldier question whether defiance was worth divine wrath. Merytre followed with her own gesture. She ordered a single chariot to advance halfway to the walls, its bronze fittings glinting in the torchlight. From it, the heralds proclaimed that Egypt's protection awaited all who chose Ma'at over chaos, that those who laid down their arms and opened the gates would be spared, their families untouched, their places in the temple preserved. For several long moments, nothing happened. Then, from the lower quarter, a section of the wall's gatehouse erupted in shouts. A torch was waved 3 times. A signal. The heavy beams groaned as the gates began to part, but the opening was not the end. As the first gap widened, a volley of arrows hissed out from the shadows within, striking the ground at the feet of the nearest Egyptian scouts. A faction loyal to the Mitanni still held the gate, fighting to close it again. Without waiting for orders, Merytre shouted to the medjay commander to advance. At the same instant, Neferura-Meryt lifted her staff and began a new chant, this one harsher, calling for Amun's curse on oathbreakers. The combined force of soldiers pushing forward and defenders faltering under spiritual condemnation tipped the balance. By the time the gates were thrown fully open, the lower quarter was a battleground, but one now spilling with Egyptian chariots and loyalist fighters from within. The Mitanni envoys fled toward the citadel, their grip on the city visibly broken. Merytre and Neferura-Meryt entered side by side, their presence as much a signal of victory as the army itself. For one night, at least, the prophecy's true shape belonged to them both. By sunrise, the smoke over Tunip had thinned to pale ribbons drifting into the northern sky. The lower quarter was quiet now, save for the measured tramp of Egyptian patrols moving through its narrow streets. Banners bearing the falcon of Horus were draped over the city gates, and the scent of incense from hastily performed purification rites mingled with the lingering, acrid tang of fire. The citadel surrendered at first light. The Mitanni envoys, stripped of their escorts and political leverage, were brought before Amenhotep in the city's central square. There, before the assembled citizens of Tunip, they were ordered to kneel. The king's voice was calm but unyielding as he declared their influence over the city ended. Their misinterpretation of prophecy, a crime against both the gods and the two lands. It was Neferura-Meryt who stepped forward to deliver the final words. Staff in hand, she invoked Amun's authority to lift the curse from Tunip, so long as the city swore loyalty to Egypt anew. Her voice carried over the crowd, and when she finished, a wave of relief seemed to pass through the people. They cheered, chanting her name alongside the king's. Merytre-Hatshepsut stood just behind them, her face serene. She had played her part. She had been visible in the moment the gates opened, had walked through them at the king's side, had spoken to the loyalists within. Yet, as the cheers rose, she could feel how the tide of the crowd's emotion was bending toward the priestess. The prophecy's shadow still lingered, even in victory. Later that day, a formal treaty was signed inside the citadel. Tunip would retain certain local rights, but pay full tribute and host an Egyptian garrison. The document bore the seal of Amenhotep, but beside it, in a gesture unusual for such agreements, was the mark of Neferura-Meryt, her name inscribed in both Egyptian hieroglyphs and Mitanni cuneiform. That second signature was no mere flourish. To the Mitanni faction, it signaled that the woman of the prophecy had stood not as their liberator, but as their guarantor under Egypt's rule. To the people of Tunip, it bound their fate as much to her presence as to the pharaoh's power. That evening, the victory procession wound through the streets. Soldiers carried captured Mitanni banners upside down, musicians played flutes and drums, and from balconies, flowers rained down onto the chariots. Merytre rode in one of the lead vehicles beside the king, but the crowd's eyes kept straying to the figure walking behind the royal chariot. The priestess, staff in hand, head bowed slightly as though in humility, yet every step measured to keep her in the people's view. It was a master class in presence. Neferura-Meryt was not taking the king's place, nor challenging the Queen Mother's authority. She was simply there, woven into the victory itself, in a way that could not easily be undone. That night, as the army camped just outside the city walls, Merytre sat in her tent, reviewing the reports from her agents. The city was secure, the garrison already in place, and tribute preparations underway. By all measures, Tunip was a success, yet she felt no unalloyed satisfaction. The prophecy, once a tool of rivalry, had now been reinforced by this campaign. Then a messenger arrived, bowing low before handing her a sealed clay tablet. The seal was Mitanni. She broke it and scanned the cuneiform marks, her eyes narrowing. It was a private message from a faction in the north, one that claimed to possess another prophecy, older and more specific, naming not only the woman of foreign blood, but also the mother of the hawk who shall see the two lands divided. If the first prophecy had been dangerous, this one was incendiary. In the wrong hands, it could set Thebes itself whispering with suspicion, not only about Neferura-Meryt, but about Merytre's own role in the empire's fate. She set the tablet down slowly, the firelight catching the faint smile that curved her lips. This was no longer just about influence or public image. Now, there was a weapon neither of them had anticipated, one that could destroy them both, or elevate the one who learned to control it first. Outside, the camp was alive with celebration, the sound of drums and laughter drifting through the night air. Somewhere beyond the fires, Neferura-Meryt was no doubt speaking with the king. her voice carrying that measured calm that had won Kadesh and now Tunip. Merytre rose, the clay tablet still in her hand. The road ahead would no longer be a contest of proximity to the throne. It would be a race to seize the truth before it was turned into the deadliest prophecy Egypt had ever known. The river carried the whisper before any scribe could ink it into record. By the time the fleet bearing Egypt's victory at Tunip began its slow descent of the Orontes toward the Nile Delta, the second prophecy had already reached Thebes, not in the clipped phrasing of an official dispatch, but in the swollen, feverish shape of rumor. They called it the mother's shadow. In the courtyards of the palace, eunuchs repeated it in hushed tones. In the portico of Karnak, priests tested the cadence of its lines against the pillars, gauging its weight. A woman of foreign blood, it began, echoing the first prophecy, shall raise the hawk, who will see the two lands divided. The hawk was the Pharaoh's sigil. The division, well, the meaning was elastic enough to fit any ambition or fear. By the time the royal flotilla reached Memphis, the prophecy was already mutating. In some versions, the woman was a savior. In others, she was a curse in the flesh. The dangerous part was that both readings could find fuel in the truth of recent events. Merytre-Hatshepsut stood on the prow of the flagship as the limestone docks of Memphis came into view. Victory banners fluttered from the mast, but she could feel the shift in the air, not the celebration of conquest, but the anticipation of courtly intrigue. The second prophecy was not yet public, but she could see it in the way the dock officials bowed too deeply, in the cautious glances of the temple envoys. They were measuring her already, weighing her against the shadow of the hawk. In her private cabin that evening, she unrolled the clay tablet again. The Mitanni script felt heavier now, as though each symbol were a chisel mark in the stone of her fate. She did not yet know which faction had crafted it, but she knew this much. In the right hands, it could strip Neferura-Meryt of her growing halo, or burn Merytre herself on the pyre of public suspicion. Neferura-Meryt seemed untouched by the undercurrent. She moved through the victory receptions with the same serene confidence she had worn on the battlefield, her presence a calm tide in the chaos of praise and politics. She spoke of the gods' favor, of Egypt's renewed reach, of the unbreakable bond between king and land. Every word seemed designed to root her deeper into the pharaoh's legitimacy. But Merytre noticed something subtle, too subtle for most eyes. At the feast in Memphis, as Amenhotep drank from a gold-handled cup, Neferura's gaze lingered on him a fraction too long, not with desire, but with the careful measure of someone gauging how far their influence could be extended without crossing into danger. The return to Thebes was slower, for the ceremonial processions at each major temple could not be rushed. Thebes itself awaited like a jewel in the bend of the Nile, its pylons crowned with banners, its processional ways lined with lotus and papyrus garlands. Yet beneath the grandeur was the hum of speculation, a vibration Merytre could feel in her bones. The day after their arrival, the king convened the court in the great hall of Karnak. Sunlight poured through the clerestory windows, illuminating the rows of columns painted in the colors of Upper and Lower Egypt. The occasion was ostensibly to celebrate the campaign, but the court's undercurrent was electric, with the question no one dared speak aloud. Which woman did the prophecy name? Amenhotep addressed the assembly first, recounting the victory at Tunip, the restoration of tribute, the loyalty of the garrison. His words were measured, the cadence of a ruler who knew both triumph and the weight of its maintenance. When he turned to acknowledge those who had stood beside the throne in the hour of testing, he called forward both women, Merytre on his right, Neferura-Meryt on his left. The symbolism was deliberate, equal in honor, equal in proximity. And yet, in the geometry of perception, the symmetry only sharpened the rivalry. As the applause rolled through the hall, Merytre's eyes swept the crowd. She caught the flicker of expression in the high priest of Amun, interest, calculation, perhaps even doubt. The second prophecy was already at work, silently carving lines between allies and adversaries. That night, she summoned her most trusted agent, an older scribe named Kay, who had served her since the last years of Thutmose III. She placed the clay tablet in his hands. "Find its origin," she told him. "Every hand that touched it, every voice that carried it here. And do so before the priesthood decides its meaning for us." Kay bowed, the lines on his face deepened by torchlight. "And if the trail leads to the palace itself?" Merytre met his gaze without flinching. "Then we will know how close the hawk's shadow already flies." Outside, the moonlight silvered the temple pylons. Somewhere in the hush of Thebes, the second prophecy was still growing, feeding on ambition, on fear, on the dangerous truth that Egypt's future could be shaped as much by whispers as by armies. The festival of Opet was meant to renew the bond between Amun, the pharaoh, and the land of Egypt. Every year, the god's image was carried from Karnak to Luxor Temple in a grand procession, accompanied by music, offerings, and the cheers of the people. It was a ritual of stability, an assurance that the world's divine order, the Maat, remained intact. This year, the air was different. The streets were as bright as ever, lined with banners and the smell of roasting meat. But beneath the colors and the drums was a restless undercurrent. The second prophecy had spread too far to be ignored. In the markets, vendors whispered that they had seen the woman of foreign blood in dreams. In the courtyards, midwives speculated about which womb might one day bear the hawk of division. Amenhotep understood the danger. The Opet procession was not only a religious spectacle, it was a stage. Every step, every gesture, every pairing would be read as a sign. For that reason, the king decreed that both Merytre-Hatshepsut and Neferure would walk alongside the sacred bark of Amun as it traveled the avenue of sphinxes. The morning of the festival, the Theban sky was a pale gold. Priests in white linen gathered at the quay, their heads shaved and their arms laden with incense burners. Trumpeters in gold collars sent long, brazen notes into the air, announcing the departure of the god from Karnak. The sacred bark emerged, its prow shaped like the head of a ram, its canopy heavy with gilded papyrus stalks. Merytre walked on the right side of the bark, her gold vulture headdress glinting in the sun, the long pleats of her gown rippling with each step. She moved with the measured poise of a queen mother, each footfall a reminder of her place in the line of royal authority. On the left walked Neferure-Hatshepsut, her hair bound in a crown of lapis and turquoise, a staff of acacia wood in her hand. Her robe was of deep indigo, a color rare and costly, its hue whispering of foreign lands and hidden influence. She did not match Merytre's regal stillness. Instead, her eyes met those of the crowd, acknowledging them, nodding slightly, as if sharing a secret they alone understood. The contrast was deliberate, and the people noticed. Some shouted blessings to Merytre, invoking the memory of Thutmose III. Others reached out toward Neferure, calling her the voice of Amun, or the keeper of the prophecy. In the same breath, the city was split, each cheer another strand in the tapestry of division. As the procession reached the midpoint between Karnak and Luxor, the ritual pause was called. Priests lifted the bark onto its temporary resting platform, and the king stepped forward to offer incense. Behind him, the two women took their places on opposite sides of the platform. It was here that the drama sharpened. A sudden gust of wind caught the corner of the linen canopy. It flared open just enough for a shaft of sunlight to fall directly onto Neferure-Merytre's face. The crowd gasped, not because the light was rare, but because, in the charged atmosphere of prophecy, every flicker of nature was a sign. A priest near the front murmured something, and it spread in a ripple. "Amun has chosen the woman of foreign blood." The words leapt from mouth to mouth, gaining heat with each retelling. Merytre felt the shift like a blade sliding between her ribs. She held her composure, inclining her head to the crowd, but she could see the glances now, sideways, speculative, measuring. This was not chance. Whether the wind was a whim of the gods or the result of some carefully planned manipulation, it had just given Neferure-Merytre the most visible moment of the festival. That evening, as the sacred bark rested in Luxor Temple, the court gathered for the banquet. The king praised the unity of the day, but the courtiers were already arranging themselves into subtle factions. In the shadows of the colonnade, the high priest of Amun exchanged a long, unreadable glance with Neferura. In her private chamber later, Merytre poured water over her hands in the ritual basin, watching the ripples distort her reflection. This was not just about who stood closer to the throne, it was about who could control the symbols that defined Egypt's sense of destiny. And today, she had been outplayed in the oldest arena of all, the theater of divine signs. She sent for Kay, her agent, and gave him a new order. "Forget the prophecy's origin for now," she said. "Find out who planned the canopy's placement and who gave the signal to open it." Her voice was low but edged with steel. "If the gods are being staged, I intend to know the stagehands." Outside, the festival drums still echoed through the city. Each beat was a reminder that in Thebes, power did not just rest in the temple or the palace, it was carried in the eyes of the crowd, in the way they chose to believe a moment was fate. 3 nights after the Opet procession, Thebes lay under a moon swollen and pale, casting long shadows between the pylons of Karnak. The festival torches had burned low, leaving the air scented with spent incense and the faint tang of wine. But in the sanctuary of the goddess Mut, another ritual was about to begin, one not on the public calendar, one known only to the highborn and the deeply ambitious. Merytre-Hatshepsut moved silently through the side halls of the temple, the hem of her pleated gown whispering across the sandstone floor. She had chosen her garb with precision, a sheath of white linen bordered with gold thread, and atop her head, the vulture crown, ancient emblem of the Queen Mother's divine protection. This was not for spectacle. Every symbol here had to speak to the gods as clearly as it spoke to those who would watch from the shadows. The ritual she had arranged was an old one, seldom used since the early Middle Kingdom, a summoning of the breath of Ma'at, meant to confirm the purity of a ruler's house. It was dangerous, not in the sense of bloodshed, but in the way it called the temple's political heart into full view. The high priest of Mut, the scribes of the House of Life, and select members of the Amun priesthood had been summoned to witness. Neferura-Meryt was not invited. That absence would be its own message. In the center of the sanctuary stood a low altar, its surface scattered with lotus petals and a bowl of sacred oil. Behind it, the statue of Mut loomed, lion-headed and serene, her eyes inlaid with obsidian that caught the flicker of torchlight. Merytre approached the altar, the assembled priests bowing low as she passed. The ritual began with a slow pouring of the oil, each drop falling into the bowl with deliberate sound. As the high priest intoned the invocations, Merytre lifted a bundle of papyrus reeds, dipped them into the oil, and placed them in a copper brazier. The flames licked upward, releasing a sharp, sweet smoke that curled toward the statue's face. The moment of judgment came when the smoke either rose cleanly, signifying favor, or wavered and split, a sign of impurity in the royal house. Merytre had taken a calculated risk. She knew the temple's airflow, the way certain corridors funneled the night breeze. She had ensured the braziers were placed in just the right position. As the last verse of the chant ended, the smoke rose in a perfect, unbroken column. It did not drift, did not waver. The effect was immediate. The priest began murmuring praises, scribes etched the result into their scrolls, and the high priest himself proclaimed that the royal house stood unshadowed by foreign corruption. The message was clear, and it was aimed as much at the prophecy as at Neferura-Meryt. By dawn, word of the ritual had seeped into the city. Vendors in the market repeated it with a smile. Soldiers in the barracks used it as proof that the gods favored their queen mother. Even in the palace, courtiers began to recalibrate, sensing that Merytre had pulled the divine spotlight back toward herself. But Neferura-Meryt was not one to retreat. That very evening, she appeared at Luxor Temple with an offering for Amun, an enormous lapis-inlaid chest, said to have come from the spoils of Tunip. She opened it before the priests to reveal golden figurines of hawks, each one inscribed with prayers for the unity of Upper and Lower Egypt. It was a move as symbolic as it was generous, reframing the prophecy's hawk not as a bringer of division but as a protector. The court was now a game board on which every gesture, every symbol, was a move in a match for the soul of the kingdom. Amenhotep, though outwardly unmoved, could not be blind to the duel between the two women who both claimed to stand as his shield and his voice. In the days that followed, the prophecy's meaning began to fracture in public opinion. Some now said the woman of foreign blood was a false threat, her influence purified by the breath of Ma'at. Others argued that the prophecy was a warning not of corruption, but of change. Change that Neferura could shepherd. Merytre knew that such ambiguity could be as dangerous as open condemnation. And as she stood on the balcony of the palace one night, watching the Nile slide dark and silent toward the sea, she realized the truth that all seasoned players of power eventually learned. Winning one day in Egypt meant only that you would have to fight again the next. The Victory Festival was meant to be a coronation of Amenhotep II's martial glory. His armies had returned from a northern campaign with captives, tribute, and weapons to lay at the feet of Amun. Karnak's great forecourt swelled with the nobility of Egypt, generals in their feathered helmets, priests in linen dazzling white, and foreign envoys shimmering in silks. The air was thick with incense and the clang of ceremonial sistrums. Merytre-Hatshepsut stood at the king's right hand, her headdress blazing under the sun, the embodiment of dynastic continuity. On the opposite side, Neferura Meryt was resplendent in crimson and gold, the colors of both passion and war, a deliberate choice that drew the eye of every scribe and painter who would immortalize the day. The ceremony began as expected. Amenhotep ascended the steps to the altar of Amun, bearing in his hands the ceremonial mace used only for the most significant dedications. Captives knelt in chains at the base of the dais. Behind them, soldiers carried golden shields engraved with scenes of victory. Trumpets sounded, priests intoned hymns, and the high priest raised his arms to call down the god's blessing. It happened as the first libation was poured. A sudden, rolling tremor shivered through the paving stones, not strong enough to topple anyone, but enough to make the great pylons groan and the banners sway violently in the wind that followed. Gasps rippled through the crowd, and before anyone could speak, the sky shifted. A hawk, real and alive, spiraled down from somewhere above the hypostyle hall. Its wings caught the sunlight like bronze, and it wheeled once over the altar before alighting on the edge of the offering table. For an instant, all sound died. The hawk's head turned sharply, his dark eyes locking first on Merytre, then on Neferura Meryt. It gave a single piercing cry before taking off toward the east, vanishing into the glare over the Nile. The symbolism was too potent to ignore. A hawk in the temple of Amun on the day of victory, between the two women tied to the prophecy, this was not coincidence to the Egyptian mind. Almost immediately, interpretations split the assembly. Some whispered that the hawk had favored Merytre, for it had landed on her side of the altar's axis. Others claimed its final gaze lingered on Neferura, marking her as the destined protector or destroyer foretold. The high priest tried to fold the event into the formal blessing, his voice ringing with the assurance that Amun himself had affirmed Egypt's unshakable order. But the people's murmurs were louder than the hymns. That night, Thebes was a city of stories. In the taverns along the Nile, boatmen swore the hawk was an omen of war. In the palace kitchens, servants whispered that the bird had been sent by Horus himself to test the worth of the women who shaped the king's ear. In the private quarters of the nobles, letters were penned to allies, recalculating alliances in the shifting sand of perception. Merytre-Hatshepsut did not sleep. She replayed the hawk's arrival again and again in her mind, searching for the meaning or the manipulation behind it. A trained bird could be loosed at the right moment, yes, But the tremor that preceded it was harder to explain. A coincidence? A god's sign? Or had Neferura-Meryt found a way to harness both chance and symbol in a single devastating stroke? For her part, Neferura-Meryt appeared at ease in the following days, smiling at courtiers, speaking warmly to priests, her manner one of a woman untroubled by politics. But Merytre knew this was theater, and theater in Egypt was never harmless. The prophecy was alive again, more vivid than ever. And as Amenhotep II prepared his next campaign, the two women in his court understood a truth the soldiers could not see. Wars were not won only on foreign fields. Some were fought here, in the shadow of the pylons, in the eyes of the people, and in the shifting interpretations of a single bird's flight. The morning the royal fleet departed Thebes, the Nile seemed to carry a different weight. War barges carved their way northward, their prows shaped like papyrus blooms, gilded edges catching the early light. Drums thudded in slow, deliberate rhythm, each beat echoing the steps of soldiers marching along the embankments. Amenhotep II stood tall at the bow of the lead vessel, a bronze helmet gleaming over his brow, his hand resting on the hilt of the ceremonial sword gifted by his father, Thutmose III. He was headed for the Levant once again, to reassert Egypt's dominance over the restless city-states that had begun to whisper of independence. The last campaign had been a display of raw strength. This one would be about permanence, removing leaders who questioned Egyptian supremacy and replacing them with loyal vassals. Merytre-Hatshepsut watched from the balcony of the palace, her face a mask carved from centuries of royal composure. She had not argued against the campaign. In truth, she saw its necessity. But each time the king left Thebes, he left behind a kingdom that shifted in his absence. And in those shifts lay both opportunity and danger. Neferura-Meryt stood below, among the nobles seeing Amenhotep off. She wore a gown of deep lapis, the stone sacred to truth and protection, and the gold torque of a high-ranking diplomat. She had recently been appointed to oversee the arrival of foreign envoys in Thebes, a move that gave her both visibility and a network of informants. When the last of the barges rounded the bend in the river, Thebes returned to its rhythm, but under the surface the city was already different. The absence of the king was like the lowering of a floodgate. Rivalries swelled, rumors quickened, and the careful balance of influence began to tilt. The first sign came from the temple of Amun. A sealed dispatch arrived for the high priest, carried not by a royal courier, but by a merchant ship from Byblos. Its contents were not public, but whispers leaked. An accusation that a foreign-born woman in the court had been in secret correspondence with the enemies of Egypt. No name was given, but it did not have to be. The court split instantly into two camps: those who assumed the accusation meant Neferura-Meryt, and those who believed it was a veiled strike at Merytre herself, whose maternal ancestry was the subject of occasional, careful speculation. Merytre convened a private council in her residence at the palace's east wing. Around her sat three trusted allies: the chief steward, an elderly scribe from her father's time, and a captain of the Medjay Guard, whose loyalty she had secured through years of patronage. They agreed on two things. The message from Byblos had been timed to coincide with Amenhotep's absence, and whoever had sent it wanted to set the Queen Mother and the High Priesthood on a collision course. What they did not agree on was the source. The captain suggested the work of a faction in the army loyal to a rival general. The scribe muttered about foreign merchants and their entanglements. The steward suspected Neferura-Meryt, whose reach had grown steadily under the guise of diplomacy. Meanwhile, Neferura was playing her own game. She had heard of the letter within hours of its arrival. Her network in the harbor was faster than the palace guard. Rather than issue a defense, she chose silence, letting the accusation hang in the air like incense, sweet but choking. Silence could be a weapon. It made others speak in your place, often revealing more than they intended. The tension broke into the open during the Festival of the Valley, when the sacred barks of Amun, Mut, and Khonsu were carried from Karnak to the West Bank necropolis. It was a festival of remembrance and renewal, but this year The processions moved under a haze of suspicion. As the bark of moot passed, Merytre placed her hand upon the carrying poles, reaffirming her role as the goddess's earthly representative. Across the crowd, Neferura stood with the foreign envoys, her presence a reminder that she was the bridge between Egypt and the outer world. It was then that a subtle but dangerous thing occurred. One of the envoys, a man from Kadesh, bowed first to Neferura before offering the formal salute to the Queen Mother. To most, it was a small breach of protocol. To those who understood the language of power, it was a public test, and it had been passed. By the end of the day, the court was alive with talk of shifting allegiances. Merytre understood that this was no longer about the prophecy alone. This was about who would command the heart of Thebes while the king was away, and perhaps who would shape the kingdom when he returned. Merytre-Hatshepsut had learned long ago that the most dangerous weapons in Egypt were not chariots or bows, but whispers spoken in the right ear. If someone had gone to the trouble of smuggling an accusation into the hands of the high priest during Amenhotep's absence, then the game had shifted from petty rivalry to something far more calculated. She began her counterstroke not in the open court, but in the shadowed colonnades of Karnak. Disguised as a routine inspection of the temple's endowments, she summoned the chief lector priest, an old man whose loyalty had been bound to her family since her youth. In a chamber lit only by oil lamps, she laid the question before him: who had delivered the letter from Byblos, and on whose authority had it been received outside royal channels? The old man hesitated, as if gauging whether to tell her what he knew. Then he revealed that the messenger had come aboard a merchant galley, captained by a Phoenician who had been trading cedar and purple dye in Egypt for over a decade. The galley had docked not at the main harbor, where royal customs officials worked, but at a smaller quay under the jurisdiction of the temple itself. It was an old privilege granted by Thutmose III to ensure the god's supplies could arrive without delay, a privilege now quietly exploited. This meant one thing: the letter had entered Thebes through sacred ground, beyond the immediate reach of the palace guard. Whoever orchestrated this had allies within the priesthood, or leverage over them. Merytre ordered the chief lector to keep the matter sealed. Then she took a step further, dispatching her own agents into the city to trace the Phoenician captain's movements. These agents were not soldiers, but market women, boatmen, and scribes who owed their positions to her patronage. Within days, they returned with fragments of information. The captain had been seen visiting a winehouse in the artisans' quarter, meeting with a scribe known to work occasionally for the temple archives. That scribe had, in turn, been spotted speaking to a handmaiden in the retinue of Neferura-Meryt. It was not yet proof, but it was a thread. And in the weaving of power, a single thread could unravel a whole design. Neferura, meanwhile, seemed to flourish under the unspoken cloud. She organized receptions for the foreign envoys, staged small public ceremonies to honor the gods of visiting dignitaries, and ensured her name was etched into the accounts of scribes chronicling the king's absence. Every gesture was layered: an offering to Amenhotep to show piety, a banquet for Nubian traders, there to display influence beyond the palace gates. But Merytre's silence was not weakness. It was the drawing of a bow before the shot. She knew that accusations without proof were weapons that could misfire. Instead, she aimed for something deeper, to catch her rival in a moment where her own actions, not rumor, would betray her. That opportunity came when word reached the palace of an unusual request from the temple of Montu, the war god. The priests claimed they had received a dream vision, instructing them to dedicate a new chariot to Amenhotep II in his absence, as a symbol of continued divine favor. They asked both Merytre and Neferura to attend the consecration ceremony, an event sure to draw the attention of the city. Merytre recognized the layers at once. Montu was the patron of Amenhotep's martial image. Any association with the war god could sway popular sentiment. But she also knew the temple of Montu was close to certain merchant guilds tied to the Phoenician traders. If the same hands behind the Byblos letter were involved, This could be a stage, and she intended to control the script. In the days leading to the ceremony, she instructed her agents to infiltrate the preparations, noting every person who came and went from the temple. The plan was simple. If Neferura's allies were indeed connected to the priests of Montu, the web would reveal itself under the weight of its own movement. When the day came, Thebes gathered under banners of red and gold, the colors of Montu's ferocity. The chariot, lacquered in crimson with gilded falcon motifs, stood at the center of the courtyard. Neferura arrived in a gown that matched the chariot's palette, her choice as deliberate as a general choosing her standard before battle. Merytre stood opposite her, draped in white linen embroidered with lapis and carnelian, the colors of Mot, truth, and order. The contrast between them was not lost on the crowd. The high priest of Montu began the rites, calling upon the god to bless the king's campaigns. But before the final blessing, a priest stepped forward bearing a scroll, an unexpected addition. The scroll, he announced, contained a prayer sent from loyal allies in the north, pledging their eternal service to Egypt. Merytre's gaze sharpened. If the scroll bore any sign linking it to the Byblos faction, this was her moment. The courtyard of Montu's temple was thick with the scent of incense and anticipation. The high priest held the scroll high for all to see, its reed paper edges edged in a distinctive crimson dye. That dye was rare in Egypt, costly to import and typically associated with the port cities of Phoenicia. Merytre knew this not because of idle curiosity, but because years of overseeing the royal treasuries had taught her the origin of every costly pigment and the merchants who brought them. The priest unfurled the scroll and began to read. The words were clothed in piety, praise for Amenhotep's victories, pledges of loyalty, invocations of Montu's favor. Yet to Merytre's trained ear, there was something jarring. Certain phrases mirrored those in the Byblos dispatch that had reached Karnak, phrases not drawn from Egyptian religious language, but from the idioms of northern city-states. It was as if the same hand, or at least the same influence, had shaped both messages. As the reading concluded, the priest turned to Neferura Merytre, offering her the honor of placing the first libation at the chariot's wheels. The crowd murmured approval. It was a visible endorsement, a symbolic tying of the war god's favor to the diplomat who stood in the king's absence. Merytre stepped forward before Neferura could take the vessel. Her movement was unhurried, but it cut through the space like a blade. She addressed the high priest, her voice carrying the authority of one who had once been the great royal wife and still commanded the respect of the god's earthly servants. "Before we pour this libation," she said, "let the origins of this scroll be known. The gods favor truth as much as they favor strength." It was a challenge, wrapped in ritual propriety, impossible to refuse without implying the temple had something to hide. The high priest hesitated, then gestured for the scroll to be brought closer. Merytre took it in her hands, her fingers tracing the fibers of the papyrus. There, in the lower margin, was the mark she had been waiting for, a faint seal pressed into the papyrus while still damp. The emblem of a merchant house in Tyre, known to have traded exclusively with the temple's private docks. It was the same seal her agents had found in the ledgers connected to the Phoenician captain from the Byblos ship. The revelation rippled through the courtyard like a gust of desert wind. For the initiated, it was clear. This scroll had not come through royal channels. It was a direct insertion into the ceremonial life of Thebes by foreign hands. Neferura's expression did not falter, but the tightening of her jaw betrayed her awareness of the shift. If she accepted the libation now, she would bind herself publicly to a dedication tainted by foreign interference. If she refused, she would look as though she shrank from honoring the war god. Merytre let the silence stretch. Every heartbeat, another turn of the vice. Then, with a grace that carried both magnanimity and triumph, she offered the vessel back to the high priest. "Let Montu be honored by those whose service to Egypt is beyond question," she said. The priest, unwilling to draw the temple deeper into scandal, turned to Merytre herself. And so it was the Queen Mother who poured the libation. the wine dark as blood spilling over the chariot's wheels, while the crowd chanted blessings. By the time the ceremony ended, the narrative in Thebes had shifted. The rumor that had shadowed Merytre for weeks was now an accusation hanging over the foreign factions, and by extension, those who trafficked too closely with them. Neferura had not been named, but the implication was enough to seed doubt among her allies. That night, under the dim light of oil lamps in her private chambers, Merytre allowed herself the smallest of smiles. This was not the end of the game, far from it, but it was a move that forced her rival to retreat and reevaluate. In the north, Amenhotep II was winning victories on the battlefield. In Thebes, Merytre had won a different kind of victory. One fought not with spears and chariots, but with symbols, timing, and the quiet weapon of public perception. The victory procession began long before Amenhotep II's chariot crossed the gates of Thebes. Heralds had run ahead to announce his return from the northern campaigns, their voices carrying tales of conquered cities, seized spoils, and captives driven before the Pharaoh's banners. The city was dressed in its finest colors, the Nile glittering beneath barges strung with pennants, incense curling into the blue sky like offerings to the gods themselves. Amenhotep rode at the head of his army, his bronze helmet catching the sun, the horse's hooves striking a steady rhythm on the paving stones. His body was as lean and taut as the bow he carried. The bow said to require the strength of 10 ordinary men to draw. The cheers of the crowd were thunderous, yet he heard something beneath them, a subtle shift, a tone that was not the unalloyed adoration of a populace greeting its warrior king. There was calculation. In the great forecourt of Karnak, the royal family and court awaited him. Neferura-Merytre stood prominently among the dignitaries, robed in deep green, the color of rebirth. A faint smile fixed on her lips, but it was Merytre-Hatshepsut who stood nearest the throne dais, clad in white and gold, her bearing so composed that she seemed carved from the same stone as the columns behind her. Amenhotep dismounted, ascended the steps, and clasped his mother's hands first, a gesture the crowd could not miss. It was tradition to greet the great royal wife or queen mother upon return, but the way the people roared at the sight told him that her presence had grown in his absence, her image burnished by some recent act that had captured the city's favor. Later, in the privacy of the inner palace, Amenhotep sought the truth. Reports from his own informants painted a picture of political maneuvering in his absence. Whispers against Merytre, a ceremony at Montu's temple, and the public turning of the tide. The accounts agreed on one point. Neferura's influence had been checked, not by the king's will, but by his mother's calculated intervention. He listened in silence, his fingers drumming lightly on the arm of his seat. He valued Merytre's counsel, yet the thought of the palace becoming a battlefield of competing queens unsettled him. Amenhotep was a man who thrived in the clarity of war, where enemies wore their colors openly and the clash of arms decided the day. But in Thebes, battles were fought in shadows, with alliances sealed over wine and undone with a single misplaced word. That night, a banquet was held in his honor. Gold bowls overflowed with pomegranates and figs. Musicians played beneath the torchlight, and dancers moved like the flowing Nile. Yet beneath the splendor, currents swirled. Neferura laughed easily, leaning toward foreign envoys as though nothing had changed. Merytre sat at the king's right hand, her posture regal, her eyes steady. The courtiers watched the space between them as intently as they watched the king's own expressions. Amenhotep raised his cup, acknowledging both women with equal grace. Outwardly, the unity of the royal household was unshaken, but he knew better. The next campaign would not be fought in Canaan or Syria. It would be fought here, in Thebes, where the heart of Egypt's power beat, and where a single misstep could decide the fate of his reign. Far to the north, cities had fallen to his chariot wheels. Here, in the shadow of the temples, his victories would depend on whether he could master the quieter, deadlier art his mother had just demonstrated. An art where the weapons were not arrows, but influence, timing, and the will to act before the enemy even knew they had lost. It began with the sound of the sacred ibis, unnaturally frantic, screaming across the courtyards of Karnak before dawn. The priests called it an omen, a warning that the gods themselves were restless. When the first light crept over the horizon, the truth emerged like a shadow across the river. The colossal statue of Amun in the inner sanctum had been defiled. Its gold inlays had been pried loose in the night, and on the bare stone, a crude emblem had been painted in ochre, a spiral sun flanked by foreign symbols no Egyptian hand would dare inscribe. The high priest's voice trembled as he told Amenhotep II what had been found. It was not simply a crime against property. It was a wound carved into the divine body of the god king's own father. For Amun's image was the sacred mirror of Pharaoh's eternal authority. To allow such blasphemy to go unanswered was unthinkable. It would invite whispers that the gods had withdrawn their favor from the throne. Amenhotep's rage was a thing of disciplined steel. On the battlefield, he could unleash it through the draw of his bow, the charge of his chariots. But here, in the heart of Thebes, rage had to be a weapon hidden beneath layers of ceremony and control. He summoned Merytre-Hatshepsut before the sun was high. She arrived already robed in mourning white, as if anticipating the gravity of the moment. She understood better than anyone that the defilement was more than an insult. It was an opportunity for enemies, foreign and domestic, to press against the pillars of the king's legitimacy. Neferure-Meryt was also called, her presence unavoidable. As a diplomatic envoy, her ties to foreign courts made her both a potential suspect and an invaluable conduit to information beyond Egypt's borders. If the symbols on the statue were of Levantine or Asiatic origin, she might recognize them, or be implicated by them. The three of them stood in the dim sanctum, the morning incense thick in the air, staring at the desecrated god. The ochre paint still glistened, the spiral sun glaring at them like an unblinking eye. "This is not the work of thieves," Merytre said quietly, her gaze lingering on the foreign symbols. "This is a message." Neferure's expression was unreadable. If it is, then it was meant to be read not only by us, but by every court from Tyre to Babylon. They will hear of it before the Nile floods again. Amenhotep turned to the high priest. "Seal the temple. No one enters or leaves without my command. Word of this will not spread beyond the palace until I decide otherwise." Yet even as he spoke, he knew the order was futile. The city's breath was already quickening with rumor. Merchants in the marketplace would speak of priests seen running before dawn, of the temple gates locked in haste, of soldiers stationed where none had stood the night before. In Thebes, the god's business could not be hidden for long. By midday, Amenhotep convened a council in the palace. The scribes brought tablets bearing records of foreign ships docked at Thebes in recent weeks. Merytre leaned over the lists, her eyes narrowing as she traced a pattern of arrivals and departures. Several vessels from Byblos and Sidon had unloaded cargo under the special protection of Neferure's envoys. It was not an accusation, not yet, but the connection hung in the air. Neferure met the Queen Mother's gaze without flinching. "If this is meant to cast suspicion on me, then know this. Whoever defiled the statue sought to drive a wedge between the throne and its allies abroad. If we quarrel now, we will do their work for them." Amenhotep's jaw tightened. He despised the truth in her words almost as much as the situation itself. For now, appearances demanded unity. The great festival of Amun was only weeks away. If the god's image was not restored, the festival would be a hollow spectacle, and the foreign courts would see a king unable to protect even the sanctity of his own temples. So, in that moment, an unspoken pact formed. Merytre, Neferure, and Amenhotep would stand together in public to show the gods and Egypt that the throne was unbroken. But beneath the surface, each was already plotting how to turn the crisis to their own advantage. Far beyond Thebes, in the shadowed halls of foreign courts, the spiral sun had already begun to appear, scratched onto market walls, painted on the sails of ships, whispered in the markets of Byblos. Whoever had sent this message had reach, resources, and the boldness to strike at the very heart of Egypt's power. Amenhotep vowed silently that when he found them, the vengeance would be as monumental as the crime. But for now, the battle would be fought here, in the temples, in the council chambers, and in the dangerous, shifting alliances between the three figures who shared the palace but trusted no one fully. The days leading to the festival of Amun moved with the inevitability of the Nile's flood. Every corner of Thebes was alive with preparations. Carpenters shaping new barges for the sacred procession, goldsmiths repairing ceremonial masks, and priests rehearsing the intricate chants that would accompany the god's image as it journeyed downriver. Yet beneath the hum of devotion ran the tension of an army before battle. Amenhotep knew the festival would be judged not only by the gods, but by the eyes of his people and the envoys from distant lands. Any hint of discord in the royal household could undo the very unity he needed to project. His orders had been clear. The statue of Amun would be restored, its desecration erased as though it had never happened, and the festival would proceed without delay. The restoration was a spectacle in itself. The high priest oversaw the work as artisans regilded the inlays, polishing them until they caught the light like fragments of the sun. The foreign symbols were carefully scraped away, the stone beneath ritually purified with natron and cedar oil. Every step was performed in view of witnesses, as if to reassert the divine authority of the throne before the city could doubt it. But Merytre-Hatshepsut had plans of her own. As great royal wife, she was expected to take part in the festival's opening rites. This year, she petitioned to lead the offering of the first fruits herself, a role traditionally reserved for the high priest or, on rare occasions, the pharaoh. It was an audacious request, one that the council hesitated to approve. But Merytre's argument was flawless. After the defilement of the god's image, it was fitting that the Queen Mother, as the symbolic mother of the land, offer Egypt's bounty to heal the divine wound. Amenhotep saw the political brilliance immediately. By placing herself at the center of the ritual, Merytre would stand before the people as the guardian of Egypt's spiritual integrity, a role beyond reproach. To deny her would look like a fracture in the royal unity he was trying to preserve. Reluctantly, he agreed. The morning of the festival dawned bright, the sky a flawless dome of lapis. The sacred barge of Amun, its prow adorned with papyrus blossoms and gold falcons, was carried from the sanctuary on the shoulders of priests. Trumpets blared, drums rolled, and the crowd surged forward, their cheers a living wall of sound. Merytre emerged from the temple's shadow, wearing a broad collar of turquoise and carnelian, her gown flowing like woven moonlight. In her hands, she bore a golden bowl filled with figs, pomegranates, and the first grapes of the season, each piece a symbol of Egypt's fertility and abundance. As she approached the barge, the chants of the priests slowed, then ceased entirely, the silence falling heavy over the crowd. She knelt before the god's image, lifting the bowl high. Her voice carried across the square, rich and resonant, invoking not only Amun, but the eternal bond between Egypt's ruler and its people. May the land be renewed, may the throne be steadfast, and may the enemies of Egypt be scattered like chaff before the wind. It was a masterstroke. The words were not merely pious, they were a direct acknowledgement of the crisis, without naming it, framing the desecration as an assault on all of Egypt, not just the throne. The crowd roared in approval, and foreign envoys watched intently, recognizing the subtle shift in the Queen Mother's stature. Neferura, standing among the diplomatic delegation, felt the sting of it. In a single ritual, Merytre had claimed the moral high ground, tying her image to the restoration of divine order. Any move against her now would be seen as an affront to the gods themselves. Amenhotep kept his expression neutral, but inside he measured the impact. Merytre had strengthened the throne, yes, but she had also strengthened herself in ways that could not be easily undone. And in the intricate game of court politics, the line between serving the throne and claiming its authority could be perilously thin. As the barge moved toward the river, borne aloft by chanting priests, a breeze lifted from the east, carrying with it the scent of lotus and the distant cry of gulls. For the moment, the city was united in celebration, but Amenhotep felt the weight of unseen eyes, those of his allies, his rivals, and perhaps even his enemies abroad, watching to see what would follow this carefully staged show of unity. Somewhere beyond Egypt's borders, the makers of the spiral sun symbol would hear of this day. They would know their message had been met not with fear, but with a spectacle of renewed divine favor. Whether that would deter them or drive them to bolder acts remained to be seen. The echoes of the festival had barely faded when the first shadow fell across its triumph. That night, as the sacred barge of Amun rested in its river shrine, a low mist crept in from the water, shrouding the docks in silver. The priests who guarded the barge swore later that they heard nothing, no splash of oar, no whisper of voice, only the soft hiss of the river against the pilings. Yet when dawn came, the offering bowl Merytre had presented the day before was gone. At first, the theft seemed petty compared to the defilement of the statue. But when the high priest examined the scene, his face turned pale. On the pedestal where the bowl had rested, smeared in the juice of crushed grapes, was the spiral sun symbol. The same jagged foreign markings coiled around it like serpents. It was no accident. Whoever had orchestrated the desecration had been in Thebes during the festival, close enough to strike in the heart of the celebrations. And now they had taken the very object that had been the centerpiece of Merytre's public triumph. Amenhotep ordered the docks sealed and every guard interrogated. Soldiers scoured the nearby warehouses, searching for anyone who had docked in the last 2 days. By mid-morning, a report reached the palace. A small river skiff had slipped out under cover of night, heading north toward Memphis. The crew was said to be Levantine. Merytre listened in silence as the captain of the guard relayed the details. Her hands, folded neatly in her lap, betrayed no tremor. But inside, she recognized the danger. This was no longer just an insult to the throne. The theft of her offering made it personal, an attack designed to undermine her newfound stature. Neferura's role became impossible to ignore. The Levantine connection pointed toward the same maritime networks she managed for Egypt's diplomatic and trade relations. Amenhotep confronted her in private, demanding names of any recent arrivals from Byblos or Sidon, who might harbor ill will toward the throne. She gave him a list, longer than he expected, and warned that purging these connections could sever critical trade lines. That afternoon, in a small chamber lined with cedar panels, the three of them met: Amenhotep, Merytre, Neferura. It was the first time since the festival they had been alone together. The air was sharp with the scent of frankincense meant to ward off ill omens, but it could not mask the undercurrent of suspicion. Amenhotep laid the stolen offering's significance bare. This is not about gold, nor about food. It is about symbols. They mean to turn our own ceremonies into weapons against us. Merytre's voice was measured, but there was a steel thread in it. Then, we must turn the blade back on them. Let the people believe the theft is a sign that the gods' enemies grow desperate, that our unity is forcing them into reckless acts. Neferura tilted her head. And while the people believe, we find them, quietly, before they can strike again. Amenhotep agreed to a plan. Public declarations of divine favor would continue, masking the theft as an act of desperation, while covert agents followed the skiff upriver. But there was one more matter: what to do if the thieves reached Memphis. That decision weighed heavily. Memphis was not Thebes. Its loyalties could shift, like the desert wind. A public confrontation there could spark unrest among merchants and foreign residents. Yet delay could allow the thieves to vanish into the delta, where Egypt's reach thinned and foreign influence grew strong. As the meeting ended, Merytre lingered in the doorway, her eyes meeting Neferura's for a long, unreadable moment. There was a silent understanding between them. They would not wait for Amenhotep's agents to bring news. Each would send their own messengers ahead, ensuring that when the skiff was found, the first report would come to them, not to the king. That night, under a moon that seemed too bright for comfort, riders left Thebes on both banks of the Nile, their sandals slapping the dust in rhythm with the hooves of their horses. Somewhere ahead, the spiral sun traveled with them, growing more dangerous with every mile. The road to Memphis was a spine of dust and heat, winding along the Nile's edge, where reeds whispered secrets to the wind. The riders Amenhotep had dispatched moved fast, changing horses at royal way stations, their orders sealed with the falcon stamp of the king. But they were not the only ones. From opposite banks, Merytre's envoys and Neferura's discreet couriers advanced in parallel shadows, each group unaware of the other's exact movements, but keenly aware they were not alone in the hunt. By the third day, the scent of the delta was already in the air, salt and silt mingling in a damp heaviness that clung to the skin. Memphis loomed ahead, not as the glorious capital it had once been, but as a vital crossroads where Nile trade met the sea routes of the Levant. Its docks were crowded with foreign ships, Phoenician traders, Cypriot copper vessels, and merchant barges from as far as Crete. In this crush of humanity, a single river skiff could vanish without a trace, yet vanish it did not. On the morning of the fourth day, one of Amenhotep's scouts spotted a skiff matching the description moored at the edge of the market quarter. Its crew was gone, but the cargo hold had been hastily covered with woven mats, as if to hide something beneath. When the mats were lifted, the stolen golden offering bowl gleamed in the half-light, but it was no longer pristine. The inner surface had been etched with new markings, delicate spirals intertwined with jagged lines that were unmistakably foreign. And there was more. Wedged inside the bowl was a strip of linen, painted with the image of a falcon bound in chains. The message was clear. Amenhotep himself was the target. That was when the trap closed. The moment the soldiers moved to secure the dock, arrows hissed from the rooftops. The attackers were not dockside thieves, but trained fighters, their weapons curved in the style of Canaanite mercenaries. The skiff had been left as bait. The melee was brutal and short. When the dust settled, 2 attackers lay dead, and one was captured alive. Under questioning, he gave little, but enough to shift the balance of suspicion. He had been paid in gold, stamped with the cartouche of an Egyptian noble house, not foreign coin. The implication was as poisonous as it was undeniable. Someone within Egypt's elite had orchestrated the desecrations, using foreign hands to strike the blows. Amenhotep's fury was tempered by calculation. If the public learned that one of their own had sided with the enemies of Amun, the unity forged at the festival would shatter. The investigation would have to remain hidden, conducted in the deepest secrecy. That night, under the flicker of oil lamps in Memphis's garrison hall, Amenhotep studied the coin. The cartouche was worn, but the traces of the name could still be read. Merytre recognized it instantly, and so did Neferura. It belonged to a house long tied to the royal family by marriage, one with influence in both Thebes and the Delta. The knowledge bound the 3 of them together in an uneasy pact. They now shared a secret that could unmake the throne if it came to light. Yet even in that shared silence, each was calculating how best to use it. For Merytre, it was a weapon she could hold in reserve, a blade hidden in silk. For Neferura, it was leverage that could alter the balance of power between herself and the Queen Mother. And for Amenhotep, it was a reminder that the throne's greatest threats often came not from beyond Egypt's borders, but from the shadows within. As the Nile current pulled them back toward Thebes, the golden bowl lay wrapped in linen at the foot of Amenhotep's throne aboard the royal barge. It no longer shone with the same unblemished brilliance. It carried the scars of the hands that had defiled it. In that way, it was a mirror of the throne itself, restored but changed, and perhaps never again entirely pure. They said the sands of Egypt could bury any truth, but on the morning the royal barge returned from Memphis, the Nile seemed intent on revealing them instead. The river, swollen from late spring floods, gleamed like a strip of molten bronze under the sun, and in its reflection, Amenhotep saw not the glory of his festival, but the shadows of betrayal. The golden bowl, reclaimed but scarred, sat at the base of his throne, its spirals now mingling with alien marks, like wounds that refused to heal. The court had gathered to greet him, their faces arranged in polite expectation. But behind the painted kohl and formal smiles lay questions. Why had the king left Thebes so suddenly after a sacred festival? And why had the Queen Mother traveled north with him? No answers were given. The public version was a simple one, a diplomatic inspection of Memphis's defenses. The truth remained locked between three people, each weighing how long it should stay hidden. For Merytre, the return to Thebes was not a homecoming, but the opening of a more dangerous chapter. She had spent years shaping her public image as the dignified Queen Mother, the stabilizing force after the death of Thutmose III. But now she understood that her enemies had shifted tactics. This was no longer about challenging Amenhotep's military prowess. It was about eroding the trust between crown and people, and between the king and his own bloodline. Neferura, on the other hand, saw opportunity in the chaos. The stolen bowl, the foreign mercenaries, the noble coin. These were threads she could weave into her own tapestry of influence. If she could position herself as the indispensable bridge between Egypt and the volatile Levant, she might force both Merytre and Amenhotep to rely on her more than either wished. Amenhotep himself had no patience for such court games. The coin's origin was a stain on the honor of Egypt's nobility, and he would not suffer it to go unanswered. He ordered preparations for a northern campaign, not merely to punish the Canaanite city-states suspected of harboring Egypt's enemies, but to send a clear message to the empire. Egypt's arm could still strike beyond its borders with the swiftness of a hawk. The announcement was framed as a defensive action, a securing of the frontiers, but everyone at court knew it was vengeance in the guise of policy. Chariots were recalled from garrisons, stores of grain and arrows amassed, and the great war barges were fitted for the long journey upriver to the delta. By midsummer, the army would march through the northern gates, cross into the Sinai, and push deep into Syrian territory. Yet even as Amenhotep's war council pored over maps and supply lists, the palace hummed with a quieter kind of mobilization. Merytre convened her own network of temple officials and loyal scribes, ensuring that Egypt's priesthood would publicly frame the campaign as divinely sanctioned. She knew the god's favor was as critical to victory as any chariot corps. Neferura moved no less swiftly. She sent envoys to the ports of Byblos and Tyre, offering renewed trade privileges to any city-state willing to feed her intelligence on troop movements in Syria. Her messages carried a subtle warning. Those who failed to answer her would find Egypt's armies less merciful than in years past. And so, before the first arrow was loosed, the campaign had already begun, in the courts, in the temples, in the harbors of foreign lands. Each move was a step in a larger game, one in which the battle lines were not only drawn on the sands of Syria, but in the shifting loyalties of Thebes itself. The departure from Thebes was not a march. It was a procession of power meant to be remembered. The great chariots, their wheels gilded and their frames inlaid with lapis, rolled through the city streets behind the king's own war chariot, whose axle caps bore the falcon of Horus in solid gold. Columns of infantry flanked the road, shields polished to a mirror shine, spears catching the early light in a forest of bronze. Trumpets of silver blared, and the drums of the Medjay, Amenhotep's elite Nubian guard, beat a rhythm like the pulse of the Nile itself. Citizens thronged the edges of the route, showering petals of lotus and papyrus, chanting blessings for victory. Yet beneath the chorus of voices, whispers spread like ripples. Was the king avenging an insult, or guarding against a greater threat no one dared name? On the palace balcony, Merytre stood in ceremonial white, her headdress heavy with gold and carnelian, eyes fixed on the point where Amenhotep's chariot vanished toward the river gates. To the crowd, her expression was serene, almost divine, but to those who knew her well, the tightness around her mouth betrayed calculation. She had ensured that the temples had proclaimed this campaign an act of Amun's will, but she had also seen Neferura moving through the city in the days before departure, speaking quietly to merchants, ship captains, and even certain scribes who once served her father. Neferura did not watch from the palace. She was at the docks, where the war barges were being loaded with crates of arrows, coils of rope, amphorae of beer and oil. The air was thick with the tang of tar and river mud. She stood on the gangplank of one vessel, speaking to its Phoenician captain in the fluid, accented cadence of the coastal Levant. Her tone was warm, but the captain's posture was rigid. He knew he was in the presence of someone whose favor could open ports or close them forever. By the time Amenhotep reached Memphis, the subtle divergence of their strategies had already taken root. Merytre's network focused inward, reinforcing Egypt's spiritual authority and presenting the war as a righteous cleansing of foreign insolence. Neferura's reach extended outward, using the promise of Egypt's trade to draw Syrian and Canaanite informants into her orbit. Amenhotep sensed it, though he said nothing. His focus was on speed and surprise. If the campaign became bogged down in the politics of the Delta, the northern tribes would have time to rally. He ordered the chariots stripped of excess ornament for the desert crossing, their gold and lapis stored under guard in Memphis. The army would move lean and hard, a blade without decoration. The crossing into the Sinai was marked not by fanfare but by the sobering silence of the dunes. The roar of Thebes faded into the hiss of sand against bronze. Each night the fires of the camp dotted the darkness like a constellation on the earth, and Amenhotep walked among them in plain armor, speaking to his soldiers as a commander, not a king on parade. He knew the campaign would test not only Egypt's steel, but his own ability to lead from the front. Far behind him in Thebes, Merytre began to hear fragments of rumor that Neferura's envoys were carrying sealed messages to Byblos and Ugarit, not in the king's name, but in her own. And in the harbors of the Levant, Phoenician captains began to murmur of two Egyptian voices speaking with authority, one from the throne and one from the shadows. It was a fissure too small to see from the surface, but like a crack in stone, it was only a matter of time before the pressure of war drove it wider. The first sight of the Syrian hills was like the edge of another world. After weeks of heat and sand, the horizon shifted from the flat shimmer of desert to the jagged green of olive groves and stone citadels. The air was cooler here, carrying the scent of cedar and distant rain. But Amenhotep knew beauty could be deceptive. The same hills had sheltered raiders, who struck at Egypt's caravans, vanishing before pursuit could close the gap. Scouts returned with news that the city of Kadesh, long a hinge point between Egyptian and Hittite influence, had called upon neighboring towns to form a defensive pact. Chariots from Tunip, archers from Amuru, and even mercenaries from as far north as Aleppo had been spotted massing along the Orontes River. It was not yet a full coalition, but if given time, it could become one. Speed was now everything. Amenhotep ordered the army to split into two columns, one to feint a direct assault on Kadesh, the other to swing west through the coastal passes and cut supply lines. His chariots would move like the falcon's strike, and his infantry would hold the line long enough for the trap to close. In Thebes, Merytre read the first courier reports with a steady hand, noting the details others might overlook. The grain stores captured from Amuru, the names of local chieftains who had bent the knee, the priests of Baal who had been allowed to remain in their temples. She saw in these decisions a reflection of Amenhotep's pragmatism. He was not burning the land, but folding it into Egypt's order. It was a strategy that would strengthen the throne in the long term, but it also required loyalty from men whose allegiance was bought, not born. Neferura saw something else in the same reports. She recognized the names of two chieftains, who had once been in her correspondence through Levantine intermediaries. Their sudden capitulation to Amenhotep meant her influence there was slipping, or being intentionally dismantled. She responded swiftly, sending gifts through Phoenician channels, offering grain shipments and rare Egyptian linens to the households of those same chieftains, bypassing the king's official envoys. It was a dangerous play. If Amenhotep discovered her interference, he could strip her of all standing. But Neferura understood the value of loyalty built on personal debt rather than royal decree. She intended to create a network that answered to her alone, a web of obligations stretching from the ports of Tyre to the gates of Kadesh. Back on the Orontes, the battle came sooner than expected. The coalition, rather than retreating behind city walls, met Amenhotep's vanguard on the open plain. The ground shook under the thunder of chariot wheels, bronze hooves striking sparks against the river stones. Amenhotep led from the front, his bow bending in a smooth arc as arrows found their mark among the enemy ranks. The fighting was brutal and swift. The Egyptian chariots cut deep into the enemy's flank, scattering their formation. The infantry followed, shields locked, pushing the coalition back toward the riverbanks. By nightfall, the field belonged to Egypt. Hundreds of captives were taken, and the standards of Kadesh lay trampled in the mud. From Thebes, the victory was celebrated with hymns and processions, but Merytre knew the campaign was far from over. Victory bred confidence, and confidence often led to ambition, not only in kings but in those who served them. And somewhere in the Phoenician harbors, Neferura's quiet letters continued to cross the sea, threading a different kind of power into the fabric of the war. The Orontes had run red with the blood of Egypt's enemies, but in Thebes, the waters of the Nile carried something far more dangerous, the currents of divided loyalty. The victory at the Orontes did not end the campaign. It opened the gates for a deeper strike. Amenhotep knew that if he left the coalition cities standing, they would rise again, emboldened by the memory of their resistance. So he drove the army north, taking fortresses in quick succession, each falling faster than the last. Walls that had stood for generations crumbled under the force of Egyptian siegecraft, and gates once painted with the symbols of foreign gods were overlaid with the falcon of Horus. In Kadesh, the terms were brutal. The city's chieftains were brought before Amenhotep in chains, their weapons piled in the central square and burned. The captives, warriors, craftsmen, even the sons of noble houses, were marched south as living spoils, destined for labor in Egypt's temples and estates. It was not cruelty for its own sake. It was a display of inevitability. In Amenhotep's reign, rebellion would not be tolerated. It would be erased. Yet amidst the victory, messages reached him that chilled his triumph. Some Levantine merchants who had sworn loyalty to him were refusing to pay tribute in Thebes, claiming they had already settled accounts with the ladies' envoys. At first, Amenhotep thought it a misunderstanding, but when the reports named Neferura directly, the truth was harder to ignore. He did not confront it immediately. Instead, he ordered the army to return to Egypt with the full pageantry of conquest. Long columns of prisoners, carts heavy with cedar logs, amphorae of wine and oil, and the gilded shields of defeated kings. Trumpets and drums announced Egypt's dominance as they crossed back into the Nile Delta. In Thebes, Merytre had arranged for the reception to be a spectacle. The temples of Amun poured incense into the streets. Priests chanted hymns that likened Amenhotep to the sun god Re, and crowds pressed against the cordons to glimpse the king who had broken the coalition. She stood at the head of the palace steps, radiant, the embodiment of Egypt's divine order. But behind her, in the shadowed colonnade, Neferura waited. She did not wear the plain garb of a supplicant. She stood in a gown of deep lapis and gold, a choice as deliberate as any military maneuver. When Amenhotep ascended the steps, his eyes caught hers for the briefest instant. There was no bow, no greeting, only the unspoken acknowledgement of two currents colliding beneath the surface of courtly ceremony. That night in the Grand Hall, the victory feast unfolded with all the excess of an empire at its peak. Musicians played until their fingers bled, dancers spun in the glow of 100 oil lamps, and the tables sagged under the weight of roasted game, honeyed bread, and pomegranates bursting with crimson seeds. Amenhotep sat flanked by Merytre and Neferura, the distance between them measured not in cubits, but in influence. Merytre spoke of the glory of Egypt's triumph, her words echoing the hymns of Amun's priests. Neferura spoke little, but when she did, her comments cut with the precision of a charioteer's spear, praising certain Phoenician ports for their loyalty. noting that Egypt's northern supply lines had run unusually smooth thanks to trusted allies. To the assembled court, it was polite discourse. To Amenhotep, it was a battlefield without banners. He realized then that the campaign in Syria had been the easier war. The harder one awaited him in Thebes, in the spaces between ceremony and council, where loyalty was measured not by oaths, but by the quiet flow of grain, gold, and whispered allegiance. The banners of victory still hung in the halls, but beneath them, the real contest for Egypt's future had only just begun. The roar of the crowds in Thebes faded more quickly than Amenhotep had expected. Victory, for all its pageantry, was a fleeting currency in the capital. Once the prisoners were paraded, the tributes counted, and the hymns sung, the city's attention turned inward again, to petitions, disputes, and the endless rhythm of palace life. But for Amenhotep, the war had not truly ended. It had merely shifted battlefields. The council chamber felt different now. The generals who had stood with him on the Orontes sat further down the table, replaced at the front by temple scribes and high priests whose influence had only deepened during his absence. Their ledgers were as sharp as any sword, and their demands for the distribution of spoils came with the weight of Amun's authority. Every amphora of Syrian wine, every ingot of Hittite bronze, every carved cedar beam was to be assigned, taxed, and sanctified before it could be put to use. Merytre was the steady axis around which this machinery turned. She received foreign envoys with the serene grace of a queen, who understood both the divine theater of monarchy and the practical art of negotiation. In her presence, the priests softened their demands. The scribes deferred their objections. She spoke the language of ritual fluently, but she also understood trade routes, grain tallies, and the subtle pressures that held Egypt's vast territories together. Yet, even as Merytre fortified the throne with her diplomacy, Neferura was weaving a network of her own. The ports of the Levant, still raw from Amenhotep's campaign, had begun to find her voice more accessible than the king's decrees. Merchants spoke of her as the lady who remembers debts, a figure who could smooth over royal edicts with private agreements. She did not challenge Merytre openly. Instead, she operated in the shadow of the queen's authority, letting foreign allies believe they were dealing with a second center of power within Egypt. Amenhotep saw it in the patterns of tribute. Shipments from Byblos and Tyre came with unusual delays, yet when they arrived, they bore lavish personal gifts for members of Neferura's household. Tribute from inland cities, however, moved without interruption, a sign that Merytre's hand still reached far beyond the palace. The split was not yet a fracture, but it was widening. Beyond the palace walls, the Nile swelled with the first flood of the season. Farmers rejoiced at the promise of fertile fields, unaware that in the upper echelons of power, the same waters carried the seeds of rivalry. The court whispered in guarded tones, weighing loyalties as if they were measures of gold. Some aligned themselves with Merytre's stability, others with Neferura's calculated generosity. Amenhotep had always believed that strength lay in decisive action. On the battlefield, hesitation was death. But in Thebes, he found that the same decisiveness could be dangerous. To move too openly against either woman risked destabilizing the entire court. For now, he played the role of the impartial king, honoring Merytre's counsel in public while tolerating Neferura's influence in private. It was a balance as delicate as the gold leaf inlays on the palace doors, and just as vulnerable to a single, well-placed strike. The air in Thebes shimmered with heat as the day of the Opet festival approached. It was one of the most sacred events in the Egyptian calendar, when the god Amun's image was carried from Karnak to Luxor in a grand procession, symbolizing the renewal of the king's divine right to rule. It was a moment for unity, for the display of the god's blessing upon the pharaoh, and it was also, inevitably, a theater for power. Amenhotep understood the stakes. The Opet festival was not just a religious observance. It was a spectacle that bound together the people, the priesthood, and the throne. Every gesture, every placement in the procession Every offering made was a statement. This year, Merytre had arranged for the royal bark of Amun to be received at Karnak by herself and the king, as tradition demanded. Neferura, by custom, would remain among the priestesses, her role symbolic but secondary. But when the morning sun rose over the pylons of Karnak, Neferura was not with the priestesses. She emerged instead at the head of a small but lavishly dressed entourage, carrying an offering of lapis and gold in a style more fitting for a royal consort than a servant of the temple. Murmurs ran through the crowd, rippling like the Nile wind through the banners overhead. Meritre's face did not change, but her stillness was sharper than any outburst could have been. She stepped forward to greet the god's bark, her voice carrying over the drumbeats, reciting the ancient invocations. Amenhotep stood between them, his hands raised in the gesture of blessing. But he could feel the tension radiating like heat from the stones beneath his feet. As the procession moved toward Luxor, the choreography of the day began to bend. Neferura's attendants handed out amulets and small tokens to the onlookers, each stamped with her personal seal. It was a masterstroke, gifts given under the shadow of Amun's blessing, tying her generosity to divine favor in the minds of the crowd. The people cheered her name as she passed, and the priests, though uneasy, could not openly rebuke such an act in the midst of a sacred festival. That evening, as the ceremonies continued within Luxor's temple, Amenhotep found himself seated between the two women at the Feast of Renewal. To his left, Merytre spoke with the high priests, reaffirming Egypt's devotion to Amun and the stability of the crown. To his right, Neferura engaged foreign envoys, her conversation laced with subtle promises of favorable trade routes and leniency in tribute. The hall was alive with music and incense, but beneath the surface, it was a battlefield. The high priest of Amun, old and shrewd, leaned toward the king during a momentary lull. "Great one," he murmured, "a river cannot flow in two directions." The words were careful, stripped of the direct accusation, but the meaning was clear. Egypt could not serve two queens in all but name. Amenhotep said nothing, though the thought weighed heavily. He had returned from war to find another conflict waiting for him. One fought not with swords, but with alliances and perceptions. The Outplayed festival, meant to renew his reign, had instead drawn the lines more clearly than ever, and somewhere deep within the temple complex, where the stone corridors whispered with the echoes of prayers, there were already servants carrying messages between households, trading not grain or gold, but information, the currency that would decide the war to come. The final echoes of the Outplayed festival had barely faded when the first messengers arrived from the south. They came not with the ceremonial pace of temple couriers, but at a soldier's gallop, their mounts slick with sweat, their cloaks dust-stained from the desert roads. The lead rider knelt before the throne and placed a sealed clay tablet in Amenhotep's hand. The seal was Nubian. It bore the mark of a frontier garrison along the Second Cataract, a post that had been secure for years. Breaking it, the king read a terse report: raids on the gold mines of Wawat, disruption of the river trade, and whispers of a coalition of tribes gathering beyond Egypt's southern borders. It was not yet war, but it was an ember that could ignite into one. Amenhotep knew the value of striking first. The wealth of Nubia was not merely in gold, it was in the message it sent. A pharaoh who could not protect Egypt's southern lifeline would invite rebellion in every corner of the empire. He summoned his generals. The maps of the Nile and its cataracts unrolled before them. Orders were given quickly. A strike force would sail at dawn, the king himself at its head. But war, even on a distant frontier, left Thebes vulnerable, not to foreign invasion, but to internal shifts. The palace could not stand leaderless, and the king could not simply name a single regent without tipping the balance between the two forces already circling one another. In an unprecedented move, Amenhotep declared that the governance of Thebes and the administration of the royal household would be entrusted jointly to Merytre-Hatshepsut and Neferura Meryt. The announcement rippled through the court, like a sudden wind across the Nile. Some saw it as a gesture of unity, others as a calculated test. Merytre received the decree with calm dignity, her acceptance sealed in the language of duty to the gods and the state. Neferura bowed, but the glint in her eyes suggested she saw in this arrangement not a compromise, but an opening. That night, the palace hummed with quiet preparation. Merytre met with the chief scribe and the treasurer, reviewing grain reserves, tax levies, and tribute schedules. Neferura summoned foreign envoys under the pretext of offering them reassurance during the king's absence, her chambers lit with oil lamps long into the night. At dawn, the king's barge slipped from the palace docks, oars biting into the river's slow current. Amenhotep stood at the prow, the gold of his crown catching the first light, but his gaze lingered on the shrinking silhouette of Thebes. Two women now stood in the heart of his kingdom, bound by a shared mandate, yet separated by ambition. The Nile carried him southward toward the uncertain horizon, but the greater risk, he knew, lay behind him, where power had been divided but authority could not be shared for long. Thebes did not sleep easily under shared rule. For the first few days after Amenhotep's departure, the machinery of governance continued with the smooth rhythm Merytre had cultivated for years. Petitions were heard in the great audience hall, taxes were recorded, and the temples received their offerings without disruption. Merytre's presence carried the weight of tradition, an anchor in uncertain waters. But Neferura was not content to remain an ornament in the process. She understood that power was not simply in the decrees issued, but in the loyalties built behind closed doors. While Merytre presided over formal audiences, Neferura walked the gardens with visiting emissaries, her words carefully woven to suggest that her voice could expedite matters the bureaucracy would slow. It began subtly. A trade caravan from the Levant received expedited passage after visiting Neferura's household. A small provincial governor found his request for reduced taxes granted after attending one of her private banquets. Word spread quickly through the merchant and noble classes. There were now two paths to royal favor, and one of them was faster, more personal, and far less bound by precedent. Merytre noticed the shift in tone during council meetings. Reports from certain provinces began to bypass her entirely, delivered instead to Neferura's scribes. The high priests still deferred to her in matters of state ritual, but even they began to acknowledge Neferura's growing influence in the realm of diplomacy and trade. It was not yet a fracture, but it was a widening seam. Then came the incident at the Temple of Amun. The sacred granaries, which stored not only offerings but emergency reserves for the city, were found short by a considerable amount. Grain had been removed without authorization, the ledgers altered to conceal the loss. The priests were outraged, fearing both sacrilege and unrest among the populace should the shortage become known. The investigation revealed a troubling chain. The grain had been gifted to a coalition of Nubian traders as part of a diplomatic gesture to secure their neutrality during the southern unrest. The authorization had not come from Merytre, but from Neferura, who defended her actions as necessary to protect Egypt's borders while the king was away. To Merytre, it was more than an overstep. It was a public challenge to her authority in the sphere of domestic stability. The priests demanded restitution, the treasury complained of deficits, and the common people whispered that the sacred stores had been plundered for political gain. Neferura countered with her own narrative, that Merytre's rigid adherence to protocol endangered Egypt by failing to adapt to the fluid nature of diplomacy. She spoke not in the formal chambers, but in the marketplaces, in the gardens of the wealthy, and in the shaded courtyards where the city's decision-makers gathered informally. Thebes became a city of two stories, one told from the throne room, the other from whispered conversations in the streets. And though the king was far to the south, every decision made in his absence now carried the weight of a question. When Amenhotep returned, would he find a stronger, united kingdom, or a capital divided into rival courts? As the moon rose over the pylons of Karnak, Casting long shadows across the city, both women prepared for the days ahead. Merytre sharpened her alliances among the temples and the old nobility. Neferura tightened her grip on the merchants, the envoys, and the voices that shaped public opinion. The balance was breaking, and in the silence between their measured moves, Thebes seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the first open strike. The southern sun had burned hard on the campaign, yet Amenhotep's banners returned to Thebes unscorched. His army marched in perfect rhythm, their bronze and gold catching the late afternoon light as they crossed the river into the capital. Behind them came the spoils, strings of Nubian captives, caravans laden with gold dust, ivory, ebony, and rare stones. The campaign had been swift, decisive, and absolute. The tribes who once harried Egypt's mines now bent the knee or lay silent beneath the sand. The people of Thebes lined the streets, their cheers a roaring tide that followed the pharaoh's chariot. Priests raised incense at every gate, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of myrrh, lotus, and dust. Amenhotep raised his hand in acknowledgement, but his eyes were fixed on the palace ahead. He had left Thebes a city of balance, with power divided, uneasy, perhaps, but contained. He returned to find a city that felt altered. It was in the way the crowd split as he passed. Certain merchants called out blessings in Merytre's name as well as his own, while others whispered prayers that Neferura would remain at his side. Even the banners above the streets told the story. Some bore the falcon and cobra intertwined with the cartouche of Merytre-Hatshepsut, while others flew silk embroidered with Neferura's emblem, a rising moon over the Nile. The formal welcome in the palace courtyard was everything tradition demanded. Merytre stood in gold and white linen, the feathered crown of a great royal wife upon her brow, her posture flawless. Neferura stood opposite, draped in deep blue, fringed with silver, her jewelry echoing the style of foreign courts, her gaze steady and unreadable. Between them, Amenhotep strode forward, acknowledging each with the same measured nod. That night, the victory feast spilled through the halls of the palace. Music and laughter rose under the glow of torchlight, dancers wove among the guests, and cups overflowed with sweet wine. But beneath the celebration, Amenhotep was listening. At one table, nobles loyal to Merytre praised the stability she had maintained. At another, merchants indebted to Neferura spoke of her brilliance in securing trade despite the unrest. When the feast ended, the king summoned his most trusted general to his private chambers. The report was concise but troubling. The city's administration had split along lines of loyalty, with overlapping decrees causing confusion in the provinces. The priests had begun keeping dual records, one in the name of Merytre, one in the name of Neferura. And although no open confrontation had occurred, both women had expanded their spheres of influence in ways that would be difficult to reverse without offending one half of the court. Amenhotep dismissed the general and stood alone at the balcony, looking out over Thebes. The moonlight traced the outlines of the temples, the markets, the quiet streets. But in his mind's eye, he saw the city as it now truly was. Two capitals superimposed upon one another, invisible yet real. Their boundaries drawn not on stone, but on allegiance. The war in Nubia had been clean. Victory or defeat, life or death. This was something different. This was a campaign fought in whispers, in glances, in the careful placement of favors and debts. And though he wore the crown, Amenhotep understood that in this war, he was not yet the one holding the high ground. The morning after the feast, Amenhotep convened the council in the Hall of Pillars. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting long golden stripes across the polished floor, where the shadows of carved papyrus columns reached like fingers toward the throne. Every official of consequence was present: the viziers, the high priests of Amun and Ptah, the generals fresh from campaign, and the envoys from allied cities. And, by the king's command, Merytre-Hatshepsut and Neferura Meryt stood on either side of the dais. The air carried the hum of restrained curiosity. It was rare for both women to appear together in such a formal capacity, rarer still in a session where the agenda had not been announced beforehand. Amenhotep intended it that way. He wanted to see, unprepared, how each would move when the balance was tested. The first matter was presented by the governor of Wasit's western districts. His records showed conflicting orders for the allocation of temple funds. One directive sealed with Merytre's seal, instructing the restoration of certain shrines in honor of the royal ancestors. Another marked by Neferura's emblem, redirecting the same funds to expand the harbor facilities for foreign trade. Both had been issued within the same month. Both carried the authority of the regency. The governor, his voice trembling slightly, requested clarification. Merytre stepped forward first, her tone calm but firm. She spoke of the sacred duty to honor the gods and ancestors, of how Egypt's prosperity was rooted not only in commerce but in divine favor. Her words were laced with history, invoking the reigns of great pharaohs past, who had placed the temples above all else. Neferura followed without missing a breath. She acknowledged the sacred duty, but argued that without thriving trade, the city's coffers, and thus the temples themselves, would eventually run dry. She painted vivid images of foreign markets, eager for Egyptian grain and gold, of fleets sailing under the sun, bringing wealth that could build not only shrines but empires. The hall listened, rapt. It was not simply two philosophies at odds. It was two visions for Egypt's future, each with its own gravity. Amenhotep let the silence stretch after Neferura finished, his eyes moving slowly from one woman to the other. Then he spoke, his voice carrying the edge of a command disguised as a choice. The funds would be divided equally between the temples and the harbor. Neither side would win outright, neither lose entirely. But the decision satisfied no one. The priests grumbled about diluted offerings, the merchants muttered about half-finished docks, and the council dispersed with the sense that nothing had truly been resolved. As the hall emptied, Amenhotep remained seated, watching the two women depart in opposite directions. Merytre toward the temple courts, Neferura toward the harbor gates. The symmetry of their steps was unnerving, as if the city itself had split in two and was now walking away from him. Outside, Thebes carried on with its daily rhythms, but the undercurrent was unmistakable. The campaign for Egypt's soul was no longer hidden in whispers. It had been spoken aloud, in the king's own hall, beneath the gaze of the gods and the ears of the entire court. Amenhotep had always excelled at strategy. On the battlefield, he could read the enemy's formation before the first arrow flew. He believed the same principles could be applied to politics, control the terrain, force the opponents into proximity, and they would either unite under shared necessity or destroy themselves in the attempt. The opportunity came when reports arrived from Memphis. The sacred processional route to the Temple of Ptah had fallen into disrepair. It was a matter both sacred and civic. Religion demanded the restoration of the route for the upcoming festival, but commerce relied on it as a primary artery for goods moving between the harbor and the markets. Amenhotep summoned both Merytre and Neferura privately. He informed them that they would oversee the restoration together. They would share authority, resources, and the same team of architects and laborers. The work had to be completed in 40 days, in time for the festival, or both would bear responsibility for failure. On the surface, both women accepted with serene composure. Merytre bowed slightly, her words of obedience wrapped in the formal cadence of the court. Neferura offered a graceful smile, her agreement carrying the faintest note of amusement, as if she had already glimpsed the shape of the coming contest. From the first day in Memphis, the differences in their methods became stark. Merytre's approach was ceremonial and exacting. She consulted the high priests, followed the ancient plans down to the last cubit, and insisted on the use of stone from the quarries favored by her royal predecessors. Neferura, meanwhile, focused on speed and efficiency. She brought in skilled foreign masons, negotiated discounts with local suppliers, and suggested modernizing parts of the route to better handle heavy carts. The worksite became a theater. Laborers found themselves caught between competing directives. One morning, they were told to carve hieroglyphs, exactly as inscribed on the original columns. By afternoon, the same columns were ordered smoothed, to allow faster completion. Priests and merchants began to appear daily, each side lobbying for their champion's vision. Amenhotep received regular updates from his overseers, and what he heard was both impressive and unsettling. The project advanced at an unprecedented pace, yet the undercurrent of rivalry was palpable. When a shipment of cedar beams from Byblos arrived, Merytre had them consecrated in a dawn ritual before allowing their use. The next day, Neferura rerouted a portion of the labor to build temporary market stalls along the route, arguing that increased commerce during the festival would honor the gods through greater offerings. By the third week, Memphis was abuzz with speculation. Some claimed the route would emerge as the most magnificent in Egypt's history. Others whispered that the constant tug-of-war would cause collapse before completion. Amenhotep traveled to Memphis in the fourth week to inspect the progress. What he found was both a triumph and a warning. The route shone with fresh stone and gilded reliefs, yet every section bore the mark of its patron. The northern stretch was carved in solemn grandeur, the southern adorned with foreign flourishes and vibrant color. It was beautiful, yes, but it was also a monument to division. Two visions fused not by harmony, but by the necessity of shared space. As the king walked the length of the route, the people cheered, but their cheers came in waves. North for Merytre, south for Neferura. The strategy had forced them to work side by side, but it had also crystallized their separate realms in the minds of the people. That night, standing alone in his Memphis quarters, Amenhotep realized his miscalculation. On the battlefield, forcing enemies into the same ground often led to decisive victory. In the palace, it only gave them a shared stage, and in Egypt, the stage itself could be a weapon. The day of the festival dawned under a sky of molten gold, the Nile glinting like a blade in the morning light. Memphis awoke to the pounding of ceremonial drums, the chanting of priests, and the smell of incense curling through the streets. The newly restored processional route stretched from the riverfront to the great temple of Ptah, its polished stone gleaming as if the gods themselves had descended to walk upon it. Amenhotep arrived in full regalia. The double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt balanced with effortless authority upon his brow. Behind him marched the Guard of Honor, their shields catching the sunlight, their spears rising in perfect unison. But as the crowd surged forward with cheers, the focus quickly split, not toward the throne alone, but toward the two women flanking the king. Merytre-Hatshepsut emerged in robes of deep lapis blue, the color of the heavens, embroidered with gold thread depicting the sacred bark of a moon. She moved with the solemn grace of a queen mother and regent, every gesture steeped in tradition. At her side walked the high priests of Ptah, their shaved heads gleaming, carrying offerings of lotus and papyrus. Neferura Meryt, in contrast, wore a gown of sheer white linen, her hair adorned with a circlet of gold shaped like open palm fronds, a symbol of victory and renewal. Around her moved a retinue of foreign envoys and merchants, their gifts stacked high on gilded carts, cedar from Byblos, lapis from Afghanistan, ivory from Punt. The route became a living tableau of divided vision. The northern half, under Merytre's influence, resonated with the solemn hymns of the priests, incense smoke rising in deliberate spirals. The southern half, shaped by Neferura, pulsed with music from foreign lutes, the clinking of trade goods, and the laughter of merchants counting coin. Amenhotep rode the length of the route in the ceremonial chariot, and the cheers followed him in alternating waves, priests intoning his divine right under Merytre's watchful eye, merchants shouting his name in a dozen foreign tongues under Neferura's banner. It was celebration and contest braided together so tightly that the separation was invisible to the untrained eye, yet palpable to anyone who knew the currents beneath the surface. At the temple steps, the two women each presented their tribute. Merytre offered the restored sacred bark, its gold prow shaped like the head of a ram, ready to carry the image of Ptah through the city. Neferura unveiled a towering obelisk carved from Aswan granite, inscribed with blessings not only in Egyptian, but also in the languages of Egypt's trade partners. The crowd roared for both, and in that moment Amenhotep saw the truth as sharp as the blade of a khopesh. The people were no longer choosing between loyalty to the king and loyalty to one woman. They were beginning to choose between two queens of Egypt's soul. That night, the streets of Memphis overflowed with revelers. Torches lit the processional route, casting the contrasting halves in flickering light. In the palace, Amenhotep stood at a balcony, watching the glow of the city below. Merytre and Neferura had returned to their quarters, each with their factions' praises echoing in their ears. The king's jaw tightened. He had thought to bind them in cooperation. Instead, he had given each the perfect stage to fortify her power. And somewhere in the shadows between temple and harbor, between prayer and commerce, Egypt's future was quietly being rewritten, not by the sword, but by the slow, patient hand of influence. It began with a messenger collapsing at the palace gates, his sandals worn to threads, his skin blistered from the desert sun. In his hand was a sealed scroll marked with the sigil of Byblos, and its contents struck like a spear through Amenhotep's war council. A coalition of Syrian city-states, emboldened by whispers of Hittite support, had broken their treaty and begun harassing Egyptian outposts along the northern frontier. Amenhotep's response was immediate and fierce. This was not merely an insult. It was a challenge to the empire's grip on the lucrative trade routes that fed gold and cedar into Egypt's heart. He summoned his generals, charted the campaign, and began preparations for a swift and punishing strike. But as the plans unfurled across the map room, an uncomfortable truth became clear. The campaign would demand extraordinary resources: grain, manpower, chariots, and political stability at home, at a moment when the court itself was far from unified. The king understood that while his army could march under his command, the empire behind them was shaped as much by the hands of the women who ruled its softer, unseen spheres. Merytre-Hatshepsut, as great royal wife and queen mother, controlled the loyalty of the priesthood, the rituals that sanctified war, and the sacred treasuries from which the god's blessing was drawn. Neferura Meryt, with her network of foreign contacts and her influence over the merchant elite, could secure the flow of supplies, negotiate wartime trade concessions, and, perhaps most dangerously, tilt the loyalty of Egypt's vassals abroad. Amenhotep summoned them both to a private audience. He laid out the situation in stark terms. The northern frontier was bleeding, and Egypt's enemies were gathering like carrion birds. This campaign, he told them, would determine whether Egypt stood unbroken for another generation or began the slow decline into vulnerability. Merytre listened with the stillness of a statue, her eyes half-lidded, absorbing every detail. She spoke only to remind the king that the gods demanded proper consecration before a campaign, and that the omens must be favorable, or the soldiers' hearts would falter. Neferura, leaning lightly against a column, countered that omens mattered little if the soldiers starved on the march. Without secure supply lines and allied cooperation, even divine blessing could not hold the frontier. Amenhotep dismissed them with orders to prepare their respective domains for war. Yet, as the two women left the chamber by separate doors, the air between them crackled, not with open hostility, but with the silent understanding that this campaign was more than a military venture. It was an arena in which each could prove her indispensability to the king, and perhaps her superiority to the other. In the days that followed, Thebes became a city in motion. From the docks came shipments of grain, pottery, and copper weapons. In the temples, priests recited hymns older than the pyramids, calling upon Amun to grant victory. But beneath the rhythmic pulse of preparation, two rival currents flowed. Merytre's processions filled the streets with piety and grandeur, the common people convinced that Egypt's triumph was already written in the stars. Neferura's merchant caravans clattered through the gates, bringing exotic goods and foreign craftsmen whose presence suggested that Egypt's reach was both vast and practical. By the time the army stood assembled on the plain outside the city, its banners snapping in the hot wind, Amenhotep felt the dual weight of command pressing upon him. Ahead lay the open sands, the cedar-rich hills of Syria, and the spears of the enemy. Behind him lay two pillars of his own court, one robed in divine authorities, the other in worldly cunning, each waiting to see whether war would crown or compromise the other's claim to power. And somewhere in his gut, the king sensed that the most dangerous battle of this campaign might not be fought in the shadow of Byblos's walls, but in the quiet, gilded corridors of his own palace. The morning of departure broke, with a sky the color of burnished bronze, the first light reflecting off the Nile like liquid fire. The army stood ready along the riverbank, rank upon rank of soldiers, their bronze-tipped spears catching the dawn, their shields painted with the falcon of Horus. Chariots lined the edge of the mustering ground, horses restless, their manes braided with strips of dyed linen. The air smelled of oiled leather, incense, and the faint tang of fear. At the head of the ceremonial avenue, Merytre-Hatshepsut awaited in full regalia. She wore a crown of vulture and cobra, the symbols of Upper and Lower Egypt united upon her brow, and in her hands she held the sacred Ankh and was scepter. As the army passed, she performed the ancient rites of consecration, sprinkling water from the Nile to bind them to the god's protection. Each battalion knelt briefly before her, receiving not only a blessing but the silent weight of her gaze, a reminder that the gods watched through her eyes. Amenhotep, astride his chariot, paused before his mother. She lifted a small golden amulet, pressed it to his chestplate, and murmured a prayer that was too soft for the crowd to hear. But those who knew her well understood that the gesture was as political as it was maternal. She was staking her presence on the battlefield without ever leaving Thebes. Every soldier who saw the exchange would remember that the Queen Mother's blessing rode with the king. Further down the avenue, Neferura-Meryt had positioned herself among the supply columns. The great carts, loaded with grain, weapons, and water jars, bore her personal seal, and the merchant captains accompanying them bowed deeply as she passed. To the casual observer, she was ensuring the army's practical needs were met. To the more discerning, she was embedding her own network into the lifeblood of the campaign. The merchants would answer to her first, the generals second. As the horns sounded and the army began its march, the contrast in their methods became clear. Merytre's influence infused the soldiers' hearts with faith. Neferura's influence threaded through their stomachs and purses. Between the two, Amenhotep's campaign was as much theirs as it was his. The first days along the desert road were marked by heat and silence, the monotony broken only by the rhythm of marching feet and the creak of chariot wheels. Amenhotep rode at the vanguard, his eyes scanning the horizon for the rising dust that would herald enemy scouts. Behind him, the supply train kept pace, its discipline a quiet testament to Neferura's preparations. At night, the army camped in neat rows under the open sky, the priests lighting incense at small altars, the smell drifting on the desert wind. Letters arrived from Thebes, carried by swift riders, who changed horses at each station. Some bore updates on temple rituals, Merytre's domain, while others carried coded reports from merchants in the Levant, Neferura's invisible hand at work. On the seventh night, as the camp lay quiet under a cold moon, Amenhotep studied one such letter by the flickering light of an oil lamp. It was from a merchant prince in Tyre, written in the careful language of commerce, but hinting at something deeper, an offer to provide intelligence on the Syrian coalition's troop movements for a price. Amenhotep looked up from the letter, his gaze drifting toward the supply tents where Neferura's trusted captain slept. He knew this offer had not come to him by accident, and as the desert wind whispered through the guy ropes of his tent, he understood that while his army marched north to face a visible enemy, another kind of battle, one fought in the shadows of alliances and favors, was already underway. By the time the Egyptian army reached the cedar-covered foothills near Kadesh, the heat of the desert had given way to the damp breath of the northern air. Scouts returned at dawn with urgent news. A Syrian detachment had taken position along a ridge overlooking the main pass. If left unchallenged, they could rain javelins and arrows upon the Egyptian columns as they advanced. Amenhotep saw the danger immediately, but also the opportunity. If he struck swiftly and decisively, not only would he secure the pass, but he would also send a message to the entire coalition that Egypt's reach was relentless. He ordered his chariot corps to form up at the center, with the infantry fanning out along the lower slopes. The battle began with the thunder of hooves and the high keening wail of war trumpets. Amenhotep himself led the charge, his chariot slicing through the dust, bow in hand. The enemy line faltered under the first volley of Egyptian arrows, but the Syrians rallied, their own chariots plunging down the slope in a bid to break the Egyptian front. For nearly an hour, the fighting swayed like the tide. The clash of bronze on bronze echoed through the valley, and the smell of sweat, blood, and churned earth filled the air. Amenhotep fought like a man possessed, his arrows finding their mark with unerring precision, his chariot weaving through the chaos like a living thing. At last, a flanking maneuver by his infantry broke the Syrian position. Their chariots wheeled away, and their foot soldiers began a disorderly retreat toward the hills. The Egyptians pursued only far enough to scatter them completely before regrouping at the ridge. The pass was theirs. That night, victory fires burned in the camp. Soldiers drank watered wine, sang songs to Amun, and recounted the king's ferocity on the battlefield. Messengers were sent racing south to Thebes with the news, messages that would bolster Merytre's processions and Neferura's merchant networks alike. Yet amid the celebration, a troubling discovery was made. Among the captured Syrian supplies was a set of sealed clay tablets, marked with the merchant sigil of Tyre, the very same emblem Amenhotep had seen in the coded letter days earlier. Inside were records of deliveries, grain, copper, and leather harnesses supplied to the Syrian coalition. The name attached to the contracts was unmistakable. The merchant prince who had offered Amenhotep intelligence through channels known to be cultivated by Neferura. The realization hit like a cold spear to the gut. If this merchant had been supplying the enemy while offering information to Egypt, it meant one of two things. Either Neferura's network was being exploited by duplicitous allies, or she herself had sanctioned a dangerous double game. Amenhotep said nothing to his generals. Instead, he locked the tablets away in his personal chest and ordered the army to prepare for a rapid push deeper into Syrian territory. Outwardly, the campaign surged forward in triumph. Inwardly, the king's mind tightened around a single thought. Victory on the battlefield was meaningless if treachery rotted the roots of his own court. The final engagement of the Syrian campaign came on the plains outside Carchemish, where the Orontes River curved like a silver blade through fertile ground. The coalition's remaining forces had gathered there, bolstered by reinforcements from the north. Their banners, lion, crescent, and sunburst, fluttered in the rising wind, defiant even in the face of Egypt's relentless advance. Amenhotep knew that the coming battle would define the war. If he crushed them here, the northern trade routes would be secured, the Levant's tribute would flow uninterrupted, and Egypt's dominance would be unquestioned for a generation. If he failed, the memory of his father's victories would stand in contrast to his own faltering reign. At dawn, the Egyptian army deployed in a crescent formation, chariots poised at the wings, archers in the center. The river glimmered behind them, its banks choked with reeds that whispered in the wind. Amenhotep's voice carried over the ranks as he invoked Amun's favor, the soldiers raising their weapons in unison to the sky. The clash was thunder and lightning. Chariots swept across the plains, their wheels cutting deep into the earth. Arrows fell in black clouds, and the ground shook under the charge of infantry columns. Amenhotep drove his chariot through the enemy flank, his bowstring singing death. Time seemed to blur into the endless rhythm of combat. Advance, strike, wheel away, strike again. By midday, the coalition's lines began to break. The enemy commander, a warlord from Aleppo, was cut down in the melee, and his death shattered what remained of their resolve. The Syrians fled across the Orontes, many drowning in the swift current as Egyptian arrows rained down. When the dust settled, the field was littered with shattered shields, broken spears, and the bodies of the fallen. The victory was absolute. Carchemish fell within days, its gates opening to receive Amenhotep without resistance. Tribute was extracted, hostages taken, and formal oaths sworn beneath the gaze of Amun's priests. The campaign had achieved everything it set out to do, and more. Yet in the quiet of his command tent that night, Amenhotep unsealed the chest containing the Tyrian tablets. By candlelight, he studied the neat lines of trade agreements once more. They were too precise, too deliberate, to be the work of an opportunistic merchant playing both sides by accident. There was structure here, a pattern of timing and quantities that suggested a calculated strategy. The more he traced the flow of goods, the more it became clear. These shipments had not simply slipped through Neferura's awareness. They bore her network's hallmarks, routes she had personally secured, captains she had personally vouched for. Was it a mistake born of overconfidence? Or had she deliberately kept both sides supplied to ensure her influence would survive, no matter which banner flew over the Levant? The thought gnawed at him like a worm in the heartwood of a cedar beam. When the army began its march back to Thebes, the soldiers carried themselves with the pride of victors, their carts heavy with spoils, their songs carrying far across the desert nights. But for Amenhotep, the road home was shadowed by uncertainty. He had won a war abroad, yet he suspected another war awaited him within his own palace walls. The final sight of the Nile's waters glimmering in the sun should have been a homecoming of triumph. Instead, it felt like the approach to an arena, one where his opponents would not meet him with chariots and spears, but with smiles, whispers, and the subtle tightening of political nooses. The return to Thebes should have been a procession of unshakable glory. Trumpets blared from the harbor, their bronze mouths catching the afternoon light, and the smell of lotus and myrrh drifted on the air as barges ferried the king's chariots, captives, and war spoils to the quays. The people crowded the banks in waves, shouting his name, tossing garlands into the water, their voices rising like the flood of the Nile itself. At the head of it all stood Merytre-Hatshepsut, the great royal wife, adorned in a gold-threaded robe that shimmered as though she had been woven from sunlight. The high priest of Amun stood beside her, chanting blessings. To the people, she was the embodiment of Ma'at, the divine order restored through the king's victories. To Amenhotep, she was a figure carved from stone, her beauty as flawless as it had been the day he first saw her, yet her eyes unreadable in the flicker of torchlight. Neferura was there as well, standing a step behind. In the modest robes of a temple servant, her head bowed just enough to suggest humility, but not submission. Her presence in the queen's retinue was a message. No one could challenge her place in the court, not even after months of absence. As Amenhotep dismounted and approached, the crowd roared, drowning out the pulse of suspicion in his ears. Merytre placed a wreath of blue lotus upon his brow, the gesture perfect for the moment. But her touch was cool, practiced. The court chroniclers would record it as a reunion of divine rulers. He knew better. It was an opening move. That night, the palace burned with celebration. Torches lit the gardens, musicians plucked harps and pounded drums, dancers swayed between columns painted with the victories of kings past. Envoys from Nubia, Byblos, and Mitanni presented tribute at the feast. Gold ingots, ivory tusks, rare incense, and fine lapis. But amid the feast, Amenhotep kept watch. His generals laughed with foreign emissaries, his priests whispered in shadowed alcoves, and Neferura floated between tables like a patient tide, exchanging brief words that always ended with the faintest trace of a smile. When the formal toasts were done, Merytre rose, her voice carrying effortlessly over the hall. She praised her husband's victories, reciting each city taken, each tribute secured. Then, with the grace of a cobra coiling around its prey, she announced the formation of a new royal council to streamline trade and tribute for the glory of Amun and Egypt. The names she listed were allies of Neferura. Amenhotep raised his cup and smiled, as though this were a natural evolution of governance. Inside, the truth settled like sand at the bottom of the Nile. While he had been away breaking Syria, they had been building a fortress of influence in his absence. Later, in the quiet of his private chambers, Amenhotep unrolled the Tyrian tablets once more. Candlelight made the inked lines shimmer. They were the key, but using them meant exposing not just Neferura, but the queen herself, whose sanction was all but certain. To challenge them outright would fracture the court. To remain silent would concede the heart of his own rule. Outside, the city celebrated deep into the night. Inside, the king weighed which war would be bloodier, the one he had already fought, or the one that waited in the shadows of his own palace. 3 days after the great feast, the palace returned to its rhythm of ceremony, tribute counting, and quiet manipulation. The official narrative of the Syrian campaign was already being etched into temple walls. Amenhotep's chariot charging across the Orontes, enemies begging for mercy, the gods smiling upon Egypt's king. But in the council chambers, a different battle was taking shape. The new royal council convened for the first time in the Hall of Pillars, its limestone columns painted with scenes of the said festival. Merytre sat beside Amenhotep on the dais, her posture an unshakable statement of co-rule. To her right stood Neferura, holding the ceremonial fan, not as a servant, but as an extension of the queen's will. The first petitions concerned the allocation of Syrian tribute, timber from Lebanon, silver from Hadi, and horses from Mitanni. The merchants and scribes already spoke as if the council's authority were absolute, bypassing Amenhotep's military treasurers. Each time he questioned a motion, Merytre would glance at Neferura, who would then unroll a prepared scroll, citing precedents from the reign of Thutmose III, all conveniently favoring the council's structure. It was a slow encirclement, polite in tone but lethal in intent. Amenhotep realized they were not challenging his throne. They were carving away its foundations, brick by brick, until the crown rested on a platform of their design. After the council dispersed, Amenhotep lingered in the hall. The echo of footsteps faded, leaving only the whisper of wind through the open colonnade. That was when Neferura returned, moving with deliberate calm. "You fought well in Syria," she said, her voice low, her eyes glinting in the late light. "But the court is not Syria. Here, you do not win by striking harder. You win by holding what others need and letting them come to you." It was not advice. It was a warning, wrapped in silk. She left before he could answer. That night, Amenhotep summoned his most trusted general, Pharaoh, to the map room. Between them lay the Tyrian tablets, the hidden proof of Neferura's duplicity. Pharaoh studied them in silence, then asked the question that had been circling Amenhotep's mind since Thebes came into view. "Do you want to bring her down, or do you want to use her?" The king did not answer immediately. Outside, the Nile's current whispered against the key. He could destroy her, yes. Strip away her network, exile her to some distant temple. But the same network that could undermine him could also secure Egypt's borders without a single spear raised. In the north, treaties were fragile. In the east, Mitanni's loyalty was always for sale. Could he afford to sever the one thread binding them all, even if it was tangled with deceit? The decision would shape not just the court, but the legacy carved into stone for generations. At dawn, a falcon, the sacred bird of Horus, perched on the palace roof. Its shadow stretched long across the courtyard, falling between the king's chambers and the queen's apartments. The omen was too sharp to ignore. The kingdom stood balanced on a narrow line, one step from ascendance or collapse. The crisis came sooner than Amenhotep expected. News from the eastern delta arrived in the form of a dust-covered courier, collapsing before the court scribes could finish recording his words. The message was brief but carried the weight of catastrophe. Mitanni envoys had broken the terms of their trade treaty, seizing Egyptian caravans and holding their merchants hostage. Worse, whispers suggested that certain Egyptian merchants had been tipped off in advance. allowing them to reroute their goods before the attack. To Amenhotep, the implication was immediate and poisonous. Someone in Thebes had brokered this move, playing both sides for leverage. The council convened within the hour. The Hall of Pillars was heavy with the scent of burning myrrh, as if incense could mask the stench of treachery. Merytre sat as composed as ever, Neferura at her side, her eyes fixed not on the king, but on the envoys presenting the report. When the scribes finished, Amenhotep stood. His voice carried the clipped authority of a commander on campaign. This is an affront to Egypt's honor. An assault on our merchants is an assault on the two lands themselves. Those responsible will face judgment, no matter where they sit in this hall. A ripple passed through the chamber, merchants shifting in their seats, priests exchanging glances. Meritre's gaze slid toward him, cool as the Nile at dawn. The council will, of course, investigate, but we must tread carefully. Retaliation without proof would invite war on two fronts. Amenhotep's hand tightened on the armrest. And what if the proof lies within these walls? The silence was absolute. Neferura's lips curved into something that was not quite a smile. Then, perhaps, Great One, you should present it. He had expected the challenge. Slowly, deliberately, he motioned for Paheri to bring forth the Tyrian tablets. The limestone slabs were laid before the council, their carved Akkadian letters a cold mirror of deceit. The room leaned forward as he translated the key passages, correspondence between a Tyrian trader and an unnamed Egyptian intermediary, detailing the redirection of goods and the coordination with Mitanni agents. When he finished, his eyes locked on Neferura. Shall we name the intermediary? Her stillness was almost inhuman. Then, with the grace of someone who had rehearsed this moment, she stepped forward, not to defend herself, but to kneel before the queen. I serve the throne. If my dealings have been misinterpreted, let it be the queen who judges my loyalty. It was brilliant. By bypassing the king's authority and submitting directly to Merytre, she forced the queen to either shield her or condemn her, both choices carrying peril. Merytre rose, her gold pectoral catching the torchlight. She looked first at Amenhotep, then at Neferura, the pause stretching into something almost ceremonial. When she spoke, her voice was neither warm nor cold. It was the voice of Ma'at itself. The intermediary's actions, though unconventional, have preserved trade in other regions and prevented a collapse in the delta. For this, she will remain in service, under my oversight. It was a political victory without raising a sword. The council exhaled as though the tension had been a physical weight. Amenhotep's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. He had brought his proof, and still they had turned it into a weapon for their own narrative. Yet, as the meeting ended, he caught Neferura watching him, not with triumph, but with something sharper, more dangerous, as if to say, this was never about winning. It was about teaching you the rules of the game you thought you already mastered. The court dispersed slowly, like the ebbing tide after a storm. Servants extinguished the torches one by one, their smoke curling into the high beams of the Hall of Pillars. Amenhotep remained seated on the dais, alone except for the rhythmic beat of his own pulse in his ears. He had lost this round. No, not lost, but yielded. And yet, as a commander, he understood that sometimes retreat was the only way to win the greater war. What unsettled him was not the council's maneuvering, but the question that now nested in his mind. Was Egypt stronger because of Merytre and Neferura, or in spite of them? That night, he walked alone through the silent palace corridors, past carved scenes of his own victories, past the incense-hazed chapels where the gods' eyes seemed to follow him. Eventually, he found himself in the Queen's Garden, a walled sanctuary of lotus pools and papyrus groves, moonlight turning the water silver. Merytre was there, as if she had been expecting him. She stood beside the central pool, her reflection perfectly mirrored in its surface. "You think I've bound you?" she said without turning, her voice low but carrying across the water. "But what I've done is bind Egypt. The world beyond our borders does not care for your crown, Amenhotep. They care for leverage, for stability. And sometimes, that stability requires chains you cannot see. He stepped closer, his sandals whispering over the stone path. Chains are still chains. She turned then, the faintest smile touching her lips. Only if you feel them. For a moment, the moon caught her face in a way that reminded him of the girl she once was, the young wife of Thutmose III, navigating a court of predators and learning how to turn their hunger into obedience. Now she was the apex predator, and her power was a fortress without walls. From the shadows beyond the garden, Neferura appeared, carrying a single lotus bloom. She knelt, presenting it to the queen, but her eyes were fixed on Amenhotep. The wars you fight with swords will fade from stone, she said softly. But the wars you fight here, she touched her temple, those will decide what Egypt becomes. The three of them stood there, the air between them charged with an unspoken truth. Their fates were now bound together, not by love or trust, but by the necessity of survival. Months later, the Mitanni crisis was resolved without a single arrow loosed. Treaties were redrawn, trade resumed, and the official inscriptions credited Amenhotep's divine wisdom for the peace. Yet those who had seen the council that day knew the truth. The peace had been brokered in whispers, in glances, in the quiet exchange of power between a king who commanded armies, a queen who commanded the court, and a woman who commanded the spaces between. Years later, when Amenhotep's reign was inscribed into the walls of Karnak, the scenes of battle and victory filled the stone. There were no carvings of Merytre's hand guiding the council, no reliefs of Neferura's shadow behind the treaties. But in the empty spaces between the hieroglyphs, in the uncarved stone, their presence was there, silent, immovable, eternal. And so Egypt endured. The paradox remained: the king's greatest triumph was one he could never claim as his own.